All right. Thank you everyone for waiting. And good morning. My name is Shane Hines. I'm a fourth year at the CUNY School of Medicine and one of the lead organizers of today's conference. My pronouns are he and him, and I have the wonderful pleasure of starting our conference today. So before we get into the conference, let's review some virtual logistics. First, if everyone could please make sure that they are muted to reduce background noise and to ensure we can hear our speakers. And I also encourage everyone to turn on your cameras so we could see each other today while we're speaking and discussing our various topics. For this conference, our primary method of question taking will be through the Zoom chat. To ask a question, please click on the icon labeled chat and type in your question. And please make sure that the drop-down menu is selected for everyone, so your question can be viewed by all participants. For our guests who would like to enable closed captioning, please click on the icon at the bottom of your screen labeled CC, and then a live transcript will appear on the lower portion of your screen. After the conference, we'll be sending out a short survey, and we'd love to hear your thoughts, feedbacks, and comments about our event, any of our speakers, and anything that you thought we did great on. Please fill it out, because your feedback and the response to those surveys will allow us to improve our conference for next year. And I always look forward to hearing about what we did and what we can improve on. Lastly, if you have any technical issues or have any questions or comments, please feel free to send a direct message to or email to Danielle Laniza or myself, and our emails are now going to be in the chat. All right. All right. And yeah. Now, with all that being said, thank you so much for joining us on what I assume is your umpteenth Zoom call of the week, and especially for joining us on a Sunday. And I know many of you would probably be resting or doing something a little bit more fun, but I thank you for joining us today and giving up time on your weekend to be a part of our conversations today. So welcome to the Fourth Annual Advocacy in Medicine Conference. The genesis of this conference started with a group of dedicated medical students who wanted to learn about and spread the knowledge of how to better serve and advocate for their patients. This group serves as a safe place to share ideas and talk about our industry. I have been fortunate enough to have seen the evolution of this conference, evolution of this group from a conference committee into an organization that provides a collaborative and inclusive space for all health professional students, with the core function of supporting the individual advocacy initiatives of all our members. Over the past year, I've had the pleasure of working with other groups such as Diversify STEM Conferences, an organization that was made by one of our members in her undergraduate time, as well as starting our work on our Introduction to Advocacy series that we hope to partner with this conference, allowing us to take this conference to a next level where we do more than focus on core advocacy skills. The mission of AIM has been to mobilize students who have a passion for health advocacy and create a space to discuss health equity focused topics and share skills for the promotion of health justice. With each passing year, we hope to continue building a tangible network of health professionals who share in placing advocacy as the core of their work. Our goal of growth is not possible with people like you who are willing to participate in our conference on weekends such as this. Thank you again for joining, and we're eager to grow with you, and we hope that you would join us in our group. So please feel free to reach out to either Danielle or myself about joining the AIM group. Last year, when we opened this conference, we unfortunately reported a devastating number of 210,000 deaths. Now, 1 year to the date, there's been an additional 500,000 US deaths directly attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a staggering number that's also probably undercounted. And this number also only represents a fraction of the impact this pandemic has had. As we know, COVID-19 has highlighted the long existing health and socioeconomic disparities, as well as the deep divide between the rich North with abundant resources and the global South. Although our conference is US focused, it's imperative that we continue to note that this is a global crisis that has taken more than 5 million lives in the last 18 months. With that being said, I'm sure you've all spoken about COVID many times, and some of you may feel that there's not much more that can be said. But however, your presence here shows that you recognize that this challenge is an opportunity for us to shape the future of healthcare while reflecting on the existing inequities that have been highlighted. Thank you for joining us in the recognition of COVID-19's ongoing impact in a time where everything is questioned and politicized and where basic health precautions are disregarded. Now is more important than ever for us to continue placing patient-centered health advocacy at the forefront of medicine, to set the context for this unconventional time in our lives and careers. It is on us to really shape the future and change the narrative of what it means to be a healthcare professional while focusing on care for all aspects of our patients' health. Today, we're going to start off our morning with a keynote speech by Dr. Tanjala Purnell, followed by our student-led workshops discussing the topics of mental health, wellness, and strategies to address vaccine hesitancy, followed by a panel discussion featuring an amazing lineup of speakers who will discuss specific topics on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And after we'll have our afternoon keynote speech by Dr. Chinazo, Cunningham, and we'll close the day with student presentations where they present their own health equity related research. As a soon-to-be family medicine intern, I can say to my fellow young health professionals, now is the time to continue building upon all the work that has been done before us, to continue to reshape what it means to be a healthcare provider. I'd like to close this off by thanking everyone who made this conference possible. Thank you to the Advocacy and Medicine Committee members, Alexandra Greenberg, Miladies Guzman, Alexandria Irace, Stephanie Cordana, Danielle Laniza, Jason Morenci, Lori Zumbach, and Ziana Santana. We would also like to thank all the speakers for making this conference possible. This conference is hosted in partnership with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene Center for Health Equity and Community Wellness, and the New York Academy of Medicine, who has supported us from the very beginning and continue to ensure that we could work on our own advocacy goals as students. I'd like to especially thank Dr. Judith Salerno, Laura Provenos, Donna Fingerhut, Gina Ravosa, and Joey Harper for all their behind the scenes work and continued support at NYAM. And now I'd like to pass the mic on to Danielle Lineza, our committee co-lead, who will be introducing our morning keynote.
Good morning, and thank you so much for that opening. That was amazing, Shane. And now we're going to go ahead and introduce. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce keynote speaker, Dr. Tanjala Purnell, an assistant professor of cardiovascular and clinical epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. She holds joint faculty appointments in the Johns Hopkins Department of Surgery, Health Policy and Management, and Health Behavior and Society. Dr. Purnell is the founding director of the BOLD, Building Opportunities for Lasting Discoveries Health Equity Initiative, executive director of Health Freedom, A Path to Wellness, and director of Community and Stakeholder Engagement with the Epidemiology Research Group in Organ Transplantation. Dr. Purnell is an epidemiologist and health services researcher with over a decade of experience related to identifying and addressing various factors influencing health and healthcare disparities for adults with kidney disease, organ failure, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes. Her research has also helped to shed light on the dual impact of COVID-19 and systemic racism on disparities in the US. I learned about Dr. Purnell's work after seeing her lecture at a Columbia talk. Her talk was personally and professionally inspirational to me. With that, Dr. Purnell, please take it away. And thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. I thank you so much, Danielle, for the warm introduction. and I am looking forward to being here. It looks like I need permission to share my screen. Or maybe I need to be a co-host or something.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, yep, it works now. All right. So good morning again, everyone. I hope that you are well rested and ready to go out and fight for health equity, because of course, that is the point for what a lot of us do in our day-to-day jobs and in the ways that we are really devoted to serving our communities. I titled this morning's keynote talk, Tackling Racism and Racial Disparities in COVID-19. How are you working to promote health equity? I do not have any conflicts of interest, and I would like to acknowledge my funding from the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality and the National Institutes of Health. All right, so as you know, right, we're in trouble, guys. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and we have a lot of work to do. These numbers are not new to any of you. I just captured this screenshot this morning from our Hopkins COVID-19 dashboard. And as you can see, worldwide, we have lots to do, lots of deaths, lots of cases, and not enough vaccines have been administered. And so again, we have work to do. In terms of thinking about how we got here, right? And how the numbers really became the way that they are looking now, we have to think about, what are some of the major risk factors for COVID-19 transmission, especially within the context of health equity. So let's think about it. Living in crowded or multi-generational housing, working in these essential or so-called, right, essential, because often the compensation and protections do not always match the word essential frontline jobs, including, of course, people working in factories, people working in frontline grocery stores and other places, thinking about exposure risk, or Uber drivers and taxi drivers. Inadequate access to primary and specialty healthcare. Let's be honest, we've had this problem before COVID, but COVID-19 helped to magnify some of these issues that we have been largely ignoring in some places. And now we really have to tackle them head on. What about income and health insurance inequalities? We all know that if you don't have access to disposable income or family wealth or private health insurance in a lot of cases, and you become ill, then you're in trouble. Also chronic health conditions, stress, trauma. I should add the word grief now when we think about the burden of death and disability in our communities. And then let's think about discrimination, violence, and acts of racism. So all of these things really coming together to create the perfect storm of inequity and really just inhumanity when we really think about it. So racism, we've all seen the very overt acts of racism, but we also know that there are structural levels of racism, including the mechanisms by which societies have fostered racial discrimination through systems of housing, for example, residential segregation and the practice of redlining, where it was quite literally banks were allowed to draw red lines around portions of the map to indicate areas in which mortgage lenders did not have to make and did not make loans. And many of our cities still look the same way. We often say that your zip code can tell you more about your health than many other things. Now let's ask ourselves why, and let's ask ourselves what we plan to do about it. Other systems of discrimination, education, employment, earnings, benefits, credit, media attention, right? Media coverage, healthcare, criminal justice, all of these things reinforcing discriminatory beliefs, values, and the distribution of resources that have implications for multiple generations. We talk about generational wealth. Let's talk about generational trauma and lots of other stuff. Let's get straight to the point. What can you do about it? Let's rephrase that. What are you willing to do about it? First of all, I can tell you some of the things that I've been willing to do about it. Still learning, still working. We'd love to have everybody here on board. And, we're going to just do our best. First, name the real issues. Call them out by name. So these are 3 different papers where you would see where we've called out different things. We've called out the fact that in order to achieve health equity, we have to close these existing gaps that we have right now. We've known for decades now what some of the underlying factors are. We've known that social and living environments play a much greater role than some one-on-one medical appointments. What are we willing to do about it? And how are we willing to move towards this state of true health equity? Structural racism. It's a root cause, yes, of COVID-19, but it's also a root cause of a lot of other racial disparities that we've documented, again, for decades now. I've called it out in transplant. We've also called it out in the burden of kidney disease. And we've also called upon our professional colleagues to also think about what this means within the context of existing racial disparities. So within the context of kidney disease, we know that kidney failure disproportionately impacts Black and Brown patients. Yet we also know that, for example, in this figure, Black patients are also being disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 cases and deaths, as well as these high-profile acts of racism. So what does that mean? That means that now we have patients who are being traumatized in multiple ways. And it means we cannot continue with business as usual. We have to come up with systematic ways to tackle the things that patients are dealing with. Social isolation, grief, food scarcity, loss of employment or income, loss of insurance or medication coverage, exacerbated fear of institutions. When you're talking about organ donation and transplant, now let's put that within the context of watching people who look like you are murdered on television, and what that means for communities that already have hesitancy. And then let's think about, again, what is the context of the greater illness and death, and what that means for the lasting consequences for entire communities. We have to think about, it's not business as usual. We have to start thinking about more streamlined mental health support. We have to think about partnering with people who actually are qualified to tackle many of these issues, including social workers and community health workers. We have to advocate on behalf of patients in the communities that we serve. Yes, that is our job. When we see things that are not right, when we see things that are not just, it is our job to do all that we can in order to fix this mess. We have to examine our own potential biases. We all have biases. Examine our own and be willing to hold each other accountable, as well as being willing to support each other. Look at all of these different factors that influence health disparities. We have multiple levels of influence and multiple factors at each of these levels. That means no one person can do it all. But we have to think about, how do we work smarter? How do we work more collectively to have a greater impact? And this is what is required from us in order to really create targeted solutions that are needed in order to truly advance health equity. Again, we have to tackle factors at multiple levels, and we have to engage key players. We have to engage each other, including healthcare professionals, researchers, et cetera. But we also have to engage patients themselves, and family members and community members and other people who are very smart and very dedicated to the health of our communities. And we have to think about, how can we support each other? Finally, I just wanted to highlight some of the work that we're doing here at Johns Hopkins. So some of my colleagues and I have been working in conjunction with different community leaders to tackle different aspects of COVID-19 health disparities. So I've been working with some faith leaders here in Baltimore, and we developed a novel educational curriculum, including a webinar series. We also tackled questions around vaccine hesitancy, And we've been just working in partnership for over a year, and it's been amazing. I have another colleague, Dr. Carmen Alvarez, who's working with her community partner, Randy Woods, and they are actually supporting healthcare workers, so community health workers who are in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. How do we support frontline workers who may themselves also be disproportionately impacted by health disparities? And then my colleague, Dr. Dennis Antoine, is working on behavioral health services for homeless persons and telehealth delivery and trying to mitigate disruptions in care and thinking about what that means for patients. This is just one of the flyers for some of the events that we've done with my study and with our community partners. As I mentioned, we have a webinar series, but we also had a survey study, and we're able to really tackle a lot of the questions that people had in real time every single week. If any of you are interested in learning about different methods to conduct health equity research, we actually have free courses that are available online on Coursera. So Dr. Lisa Cooper and I have developed 2 courses in conjunction with our partners, and the first, Foundations for Health Equity Research, and the second, Applications of Health Equity Research Methods for Practice and Policy. And I think right now we have over 5,000 people who've completed these courses just over the last year. Finally, you know, the name of this meeting is advocacy, right? In medicine, sometimes that means that we have to go down to where the laws are made. This is just a couple of photos from where our Maryland state lawmakers were having a committee hearing about some issues very relevant for health disparities and health equity. And I went down during a workday in order to testify on behalf of the importance of these policies. We know that you all, meaning your generation, took an active frontline approach to really also protesting things that are not right. And I appreciate you. We appreciate you. I can tell you this work matters, and it actually helped to move the needle on many things. So I, again, encourage you all to keep up the good fight and to understand that there is a role that we all can play, and there is a role that we all must play if we really want to see the health of our communities improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purnell. That was a very powerful speech and message, and we really appreciate you sharing your work. Your work is critical in moving the field of health equity and research forward. We have a few minutes for questions. If you do have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. The one question that we do have is, if you could please share, when thinking about the multi-level factors for addressing health issues, where should students start in following that initiative?
So that is a great question. And, you know, to be honest with you, often we sort of have to start where we are. We have to start where we have support. For example, it sort of depends upon your own skill set, your own interests. For example, if it's research that you're interested in, then sometimes the easiest way to do that is to find out, well, who within your own institutions or within your own networks have some existing work that you could build upon, or that you can go and, you know, perhaps bring a different perspective to, and then continue to build from there. That's sort of how I got into the transplant aspect of the work. But then there are many skills that I was able to transfer across multiple conditions, including CVD. But there are other things that you all can do, as you know, partnering with community members. That is something we all could do today, right? We all live in a neighborhood. We all have, I'm sure, a way to connect and figure out, well, what are the community-based organizations that are already working in our neighborhoods? How do they need help? I started by giving talks within churches, and it was on a subject that was not my primary subject, but I went in and was able to research it and work with a partner, and we went, and that was sort of how we got our foot in the door. And that helped us when we wanted to, you know, later come back and say, well, now will you participate with us in something else? Then they said, oh, yes, of course. We remember when we needed help, you came, right? thinking about things like giving testimony. We have city council meetings, we have state, meetings. We have lots of different ways to advocate on behalf of patients and ourselves. And then finally, things like what you're doing right now, the role of, professional societies and the collective power, could really move the needle. I don't know if you all are aware, but when we, we're all talking about, well, why is race being used in so many of the clinical decision calculations and formulas? One big change just happened. So the equation that's used to estimate GFR, which is a measure of kidney function, the two largest kidney professional societies have just given their final recommendation to remove the race coefficient from it. And please believe the very vocal activism of even students and residents and everyone else really helped to bring those things to the forefront. So just jump in there. Just jump in there.
That is amazing. Thank you so much. I had not realized that was coming up within the kidney field. So thank you so much for sharing that knowledge with us and for answering that question so beautifully. So thank you. We really appreciate you spending the time this morning with us today. If there's any other follow-up questions that come up, we will manage them later on. But we really appreciate you being here with us, and we thank you so much for your time, Dr. Purnell.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So with that, we are moving on to our next aspect, which is the mental health workshop that will be facilitated by myself and Lori Zombach. In just a few seconds, we're going to transition over to that. Okay. Let's see if sharing slide works now. Amazing. Okay. Well, hello, good morning again. So we are moving on to the next aspect of our conference, which is the workshop that addresses mental health, specifically mental health support when working in healthcare. So first, the two of us would like to introduce ourselves. So I'm Danielle, I'm a PhD student in counseling health psychology, and I'm also one of the co-leads for the Advocacy and Medicine Committee.
Hi everyone, I'm Lori Zombach. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a medical student at SUNY Downstate. I was a Mahoney Fellow with the New York Academy of Medicine this summer, and I'm really excited to meet you all. So if at this point, everyone could please put their name, their pronouns, and their program in the chat, that would be a really great opportunity for us all to get to know each other a little bit better.
Okay, and then we will get to that as well. So we could put it in the chat now, and we'll have another opportunity later on. So this is the agenda for our workshop. So we're going to start off with a bit of an introduction of just what is mental health and healthcare workers and how have we all been doing within the COVID-19 scheme of things. With that, we'll talk about burnout, go into activity 1, then talk about mental health support, overview of boundaries, activity 2, and conclusion. So if questions, comments do come up, please feel free to put them in the chat and we'll address them as we go along within the workshop. So mental health and healthcare workers. So we know healthcare is a demanding field, and COVID-19 has created an exacerbated area of stress, fatigue, and uncomfortability. Dr. Purnell has just listed all of that out for us today. So this goes for students all the way up to seasoned professionals. We've experienced many different ways in which we have had this worry or stress related to COVID-19 and beyond. Many of those social factors that we influence, that have an influence with us daily. So one of those things that we've noticed is that there's an increase in worry. So the Mental Health of America organization did a survey of health professionals across the United States, and they wanted to see, well, how are our health professionals doing during COVID-19? So this was done between June to September of 2020. And one of the things that really stuck out within the survey is that there's an increased amount of worry. This worry is related to exposing their family and loved ones to COVID-19, meaning the healthcare professionals are worried that they will expose their loved ones to this disease. And that's something that we really want to consider, because whenever we're working within these types of situations, we want to consider what are the outside factors that are influencing our work. And what can we do about that to maybe minimize or mitigate that, because it's going to influence how we work with our patients. So besides the worry that we have, there's many other things that this survey had pointed out that may be leading to this thing called burnout. And this is something that many of you may be familiar with, or it might be new to you. So with that, we do want to define what burnout looks like, or what it can feel like. So it is a state of physical or emotional exhaustion that also involves a sense of reduced accomplishment and loss of personal identity. So with that, you can kind of think about, oh, is this something that may have experienced in some type of way? And we'll see within the later slides that it can present itself very differently per the individual. But by having a name for it, we're kind of normalizing this experience and showing, oh, this might be something that I'm experiencing. What can I do about it? So one of those things that was just stated is that there's an emotional and physical component to being exhausted. And this is something that many healthcare workers are experiencing right now at high levels. So that's related to their emotional exhaustion, trouble with sleep, physical exhaustion, and reported work-related dread. So these are all things, again, that has an influence on how we go about our daily lives and something that we want to consider. We don't want, when we're going into the workplace, this is not something that we want to have in addition to the stressors that we already experience. Continually, there are things like changes in appetite, physical symptoms like headache or stomachache, questioning career path, compassion fatigue, and heightened awareness or attention to being exposed. So these are things that we also want to consider, whether we're at the student level or at an administrative level. What can we do to address this type of burnout and this type of exhaustion, and kind of figure out, okay, so if this is what our whole cohort, our whole field is experiencing, what are we going to do to address it? One of those is not getting enough emotional support. So healthcare workers said that they did not feel they had adequate emotional support. So this is when we feel that we have some type of well-being or some type of initiative that when we're not feeling like ourselves, we can turn to something else. So this can come both at the individual level, where I personally know what I can do to address these feelings, and also at the community level, when we know like, oh, I can turn to this individual, or I know that my supervisor is someone who I can share that I'm just not feeling well, and this is something that we can address. The problem with that is that many healthcare workers who have taken this survey do not feel like that's available to them. So then we want to think about, okay, so what are we going to do again to address this? Because this is something that's very critical and important to the work that we do. These are 10 signs that you may be experiencing a burnout. And these are things that you can ask yourself. So you really want to consider, okay, if I'm not feeling how I usually feel, or if I'm not as passionate, or if I'm not as ready to go for the workday, I want to take a pause and consider, okay, these are 10 things that I want to ask myself. And as a small thing, the brain coach is a clinical psychology doctoral candidate, and she has very lovely images on her Instagram. So I definitely encourage you to check her out and see the other work that she does. So the first question is, you view your work, or rather statement, you view your work as increasingly stressful or frustrating. And is this something happening more often than usual? Because we all go through stressful times. We all are frustrated when something may not be going our way or is unexpected. But is this happening to you more often than usual? And what can you do about that? Next, you lack the energy to get anything done. So are you kind of procrastinating, but at a whole different level? Do you typically have some type of way to really get motivated and continue your work? And are you not able to do that anymore? You are distancing yourself from others. So do you have some type of routine that typically you chat with this friend, or you chat with this loved one, but you're no longer able to do that? You feel like nothing you do makes a difference. That one is kind of self-explanatory, but really you want to consider, so it doesn't matter if I go out for work or if I go and read a book that I enjoy, I'm still feeling this type of a way that's not helpful to me in doing the work that I do. You're having difficulty concentrating. You are noticing a reduction in your overall performance, or you are unable to care about your work or relationships the way you used to. And then, again, this is kind of considering, did I feel this way maybe last year? Did I feel this way a couple of days ago? Is this new, and why is this happening right now? You often feel drained and exhausted, and caring about your own needs seems like a complete waste of energy. Lastly, you do not feel like yourself anymore. So these are things that you just want to kind of stop and think about and consider as you move forward, because this would be an opportunity to adjust and maybe make changes in your routine so that you don't have to feel this way moving forward. So with that, I just gave you quite a lot of information there. We're gonna just pause for about 1.5 minutes for you to put your name, pronouns, program, and institution if you have not already. And we would love to hear your favorite type of potato or favorite fall activity, since we finally got into October. So that's going to last for about 1 minute. If you have not already put that in the chat, please. Okay, hello everyone. I'm seeing quite a lot of people from CUNY, NYU, University of Edinburgh, Columbia. Amazing. And then my favorite fall activity would have to be drinking a pumpkin spice latte. Yes, I said it out loud. It is recorded. It is on record that that would be my activity. PA graduate, awesome.
I've already introduced myself, but I'm Lori Zombeck again. And in case anyone was wondering, which I know you all are, my favorite form of potato is a tater tot.
Amazing. Those are very good. Okay, we have about 15 seconds and then we are moving forward. Okay, thank you everyone. So now we have mental health support. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about you and what does that look like for you? And those are actually two things that you want to ask yourself. What does your mental health look like? And how do you know when you're not feeling as well as you used to? So let's give an overview of what this kind of looks like. Let's define it so that we're all on the same level, all on the same playing field, and kind of understand this is the concepts that we're really considering. The first one, mental health, our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. All three of those factors are very important and very influential to what our mental health looks like. It affects how we think, feel, and act. Mental illness, on the other hand, is when something really isn't going as optimally as it could be. So these are health conditions that are characterized by alterations in thinking, mood, or behavior. And they can have clinical definitions as well as just overall more general things. So you can have anxiety or anxiety symptoms, or you can be diagnosed with a certain anxiety disorder. It really depends on you and your unique experience. With that, we have mental health support. So this is ways in which you feel supported and well when you are kind of leaning towards, oh, I'm just not sure I'm feeling the way I used to be feeling, or the more optimal way that I typically can function. So this consists of different ways to enhance the ability to achieve well-being and strengthen the ability to cope with adversity. With that, we always really want to consider the individual experience and what this looks like for the individual, the community, and then society as a whole. So culture can provide a lens for how people think about mental health. Even, for example, there are certain languages that do not have certain clinical words, like depression, for example. People in certain languages do not use that word to characterize the feelings that they have. So we really want to consider what are they saying and how are they addressing it, as opposed to the actual word depression, for example. So culture influences how people seek help for mental health problems and how people and mental health professionals interact with one another. People typically think of culture in terms of race or ethnicity, but culture also refers to other social groups defined by characteristics such as age, gender, religion, income level, education, geographical location, sexual orientation, disability, or profession, and there are also many other characteristics as well. Racial and ethnic minorities bear a greater burden from unmet mental health needs and suffer a greater loss to their overall health and productivity. And this is critical to really consider as we are moving forward and creating a more health equity approach to addressing our mental health. So with that, we have this fun triangle. And the point of this triangle is because each of these points interact with one another and they can go in various different ways. So we have mental health support, which we talked about, and it's a bit more collaborative. Who can you turn to when you're not feeling well? You have your ways of caring, because your mental health is an individual experience. And what are ways in which you can use to kind of address the things in the short term or the long term when you know that you need some type of assistance. And then we have emotional boundaries, and Lori is going to take that away in just a couple of slides. But these three things are all important. Some may be more important in one moment than in others. So it's something that we really want to consider and have a really good, well-rounded idea of how I can kind of pinpoint these things whenever I'm really considering what my mental health needs and what that can look like. So with that, we have very different ways in which that can look. So from all the way from addressing your burnout needs to what is mental health treatment. So we have things that are very typical or things that we often think about, for example, which is therapy and medication. very important. Something that, again, to the individual is what you need to consider for your needs. But we also have many other things that contribute to our mental health treatment. We have setting boundaries, exercising, practicing mindfulness, breath work, learning about your mental health, connecting with others, journaling, and so much more. These are things that you consider that you have control of and that you can do when you need to do something different from and to really assess your burnout needs. Other things, for example, and this is, we're going to get into a little bit more detail later on, but this slide that's titled Assessing Your Needs During Burnout, these are questions again, or rather statements that you can ask to ask yourself and then have some type of response to. So for example, overextending yourself, one way to really mitigate that is to politely say, no, I'm not able to do that. Another one, for example, engaging in negative self-talk. And that's something that you can do with others. You can address it with a professional, mental health professional, or with someone that you know that you can trust, or you can practice positive thinking and challenge your inner critic. And then other things like feeling overburdened by work demands and procrastinating as a result, maybe you need to reorganize or reprioritize what you need to get through the day and then make it manageable, something that you know that you can accomplish. Continually, there are things that you can do in the moment, maybe when you're realizing your burnout is coming at a greater stage, but you have 8 more hours of work to go. So what can you do in that moment to just reassess and reevaluate? These things, the top 3 things, take about 5 minutes, and you have some type of instantaneous relief. Something like taking a few breaths of air, doing some type of stretch, or even listening to your favorite song. You can do that on the subway, for example. You can do that while you're walking the hallway, just for you to kind of minimize, okay, I know I'm feeling this way. I don't have the time to really address it, but this will work for me in this moment. Other things like meditating on your purpose, reading a chapter of a book, or journaling can be helpful, and those may take a little bit more time. So maybe that would be more in between sessions on your break or while you're on the subway. These are things that you'll probably need to schedule a bit more. And then of course, the things that take about 30 minutes, you might have to do afterwards. But if you have that goal of, okay, this is what I know I need to do once I'm finished with work, you can kind of schedule and prioritize what needs to get done in your schedule. And these are other more general things for you to consider. The point of these is that if you need to use these tomorrow, for example, you have tools, you have ideas for you to be able to get this done so that you can reestablish your routine and reestablish how you're feeling. So this can be anything from allow yourself to relax and do what you enjoy, practice in managing and regulating your emotions, get enough sleep, that is very important, and then reestablishing a routine and moving your body. These are things that are going to be unique to your experience and something that you will have to figure out, this works way better for me than something else that my friend does, for example.
So now that we've discussed a bit about the theory behind mental health and mental health support, and how to advocate for your own mental health needs, I'd like to walk through some of the actual tangible strategies that we can use in self-advocacy for our own personal mental health and for preventing burnout among healthcare workers. So starting with boundaries, there's all different kinds of boundaries, and they're essential to any healthy relationship. That relationship can be a professional relationship with family members, a romantic relationship, a platonic relationship with a friend, and perhaps most importantly, the relationship that you have with your own self. So an interpersonal boundary is important as well. Boundaries are important because they establish how all parties involved want to be treated in any given interaction and what you can expect from each other in that relationship. For individuals working in the healthcare field during the COVID-19 pandemic, boundaries are particularly important in protecting your energy when there is so much being demanded from you on a day-to-day basis, both physically and emotionally. In a recent study of healthcare workers in 2020, 76% of healthcare workers reported exhaustion and burnout. We know that you can't take care of others if you aren't okay yourself, so that's why it's particularly important during this challenging time to set and enforce active boundaries in your personal and professional lives. So what do these boundaries actually look like? They can be defined in a variety of ways and often link back to our own values and opinions and beliefs. That's because the way that we prioritize our lives comes down to where we're setting our boundaries. These are all things that are derivatives of the things that we hold most dear to us. And there are many different kinds of boundaries, which we'll get into a little bit more in a few slides. But just a quick preview is that there can be physical boundaries, emotional boundaries, boundaries on your time, boundaries on your space, boundaries on your belongings. And these things are there to protect you and to protect your energy. In addition, these boundaries, as I mentioned before, are there to prevent burnout. Trying to preserve the peace by not setting boundaries, trying to ease the existence of others, or by allowing people to cross your boundaries can lead to burnout. And this is something that healthcare workers are already at particularly high risk for. So it's important that we're on the lookout for these things. For any worker, burnout refers to the psychological reaction to prolonged exposure to job stressors. And many healthcare workers face frequent and intense stressors like disrupted sleep, witnessing death, witnessing extreme sickness. And these job-related challenges have only skyrocketed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Other causes of burnout include a heavy workload, inadequate support, and interpersonal conflicts with coworkers. These are all things that are facing healthcare workers this year in particular because of COVID-19, but have already existed for many years before that. So when you're experiencing burnout, what does that look like? And why are boundaries even more crucial? As we've already discussed, symptoms of burnout can manifest both physically and emotionally, and they can include things like irritability, pessimism, a feeling of hopelessness, strain on your relationships, and physical and emotional exhaustion. So when you're feeling these things, or perhaps more importantly, before you're starting to feel these things, that's when it's most important to reflect on your boundaries and to consider enforcing your boundaries a little bit more strongly. So as I mentioned before, there are a few different kinds of boundaries. And in her debut book, Nedra Glover-Tawwab, who's a relationship expert, a New York Times bestselling author, and the founder of Kaleidoscope Counseling, she weaves together a personal and professional narrative backed with research to unpack what boundaries really are, how advocating for yourself leads to peace in your daily lives. This is really important, and she discusses how there are 5 main different types of boundaries that we can break down. So she discusses physical boundaries, which, as the name would suggest, relate to the physical space around you. That can be things like physical touch, which, as we know in COVID, may have shifted a little bit. So that may be things like, I'd really prefer that you not come closer than 6 feet to me. I prefer that you wear a mask when you're around me. I prefer that you not touch me. But it can also be things like, I'm not really comfortable with you borrowing my car today, or I'm not really comfortable with you, being so close to me at this time. Emotional boundaries can have to do with your emotional energy. Things like a friend might really want to vent to you. They've had a really long day. There's something going on in their personal lives. Just because someone needs to say something doesn't mean that you necessarily have to receive that information at a given time. Just because something needs to be said doesn't always mean that it has to be listened to or specifically listened to by yourself. So you could say something like, oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm actually going through something myself at the moment. I don't really have the emotional energy to take on that conversation right now, but maybe we could talk about it tomorrow, or maybe to someone who would be more willing to talk about it right now. And that way you're showing that you still care, you're still invested in this person, but you're not really able to take that on at this time. There can be communication boundaries. Maybe you're not comfortable with the way someone is speaking to you, the tone that someone's speaking to you in. Maybe they're commenting on a topic that you don't really want to comment on. This can kind of get into the mental boundaries as well. Maybe someone's bringing up a topic that you just don't want to talk about. So for example, for me, this comes up a lot with COVID itself. Sometimes I'm just so exhausted about constantly talking about COVID, that there are times where I'm like, can we just please talk about something else, because I cannot handle this conversation anymore. And there are times where it's okay to say, you know what, I'm going to put a moratorium on this conversation and let's get back to it another time. But I'd actually really love to switch the conversation right now. And there can be time boundaries as well. This is something I think we, especially as young people towards the beginning of our careers, struggle with a lot. We think that if there is time available, that time has to be spent doing something productive all the time. We always have to be more available. It's important to remember that just because there is time that is physically available in your schedule doesn't mean that you have to make that time accessible to other people. So for example, if I have 3 extra hours in my schedule in a given week, and someone asks me to take on 3 extra hours of responsibilities, I don't necessarily have to say yes to that task. There is an option to say, you know what, I could theoretically do that. I do have the time available, but I'm actually not willing to give that up right now. I need that time for myself. And that's okay too. Enforcing your boundaries isn't always going to make people around you happy. And that's where it can get a little bit tricky. It's common to struggle with setting and enforcing boundaries because we all went into healthcare because we're people pleasers. We like to help those around us. We don't like to see them hurt, especially not because of us. But it's important to remember that you have the right to set boundaries that work for you. Your boundaries are there to protect you, and it's important that you advocate for yourself in that way. At the end of the day, your boundaries are there for yourself and for your own protection. But enforcing your boundaries and keeping up with them is actually the way to have a more compassionate relationship, not only with yourself, but around those around you as well. Because if you're comfortable enforcing your own boundaries, you are letting everyone know not only how you want to be treated, but you're letting them know that it's okay for them to have their own boundaries and enforce those as well. While the conversation might feel a little bit awkward, it's important that you're clear as well as being kind. These two things can go hand in hand. You can be direct, you can be assertive in the advocation for your boundaries, while also still being compassionate about it. And it's important that we think about it as a self-advocacy act, because a lot of times we will be a little bit stronger in our advocacy for those around us. So I'll give you an example of this. Sometimes when I think, oh, I'm not really comfortable enforcing this boundary, I don't want to step on anyone's toes, I'm not sure if I want to say anything, I think about the advice that I would give to my little sister. Because I, as a big protective older sister, I'm always going to be a little bit stronger with the advice that I give to her. I'm always going to tell her to step up for herself, and protect herself a little bit more than my instinct is necessarily to do for my own self. So I think about that. What is the advice that I would give to someone else? And then I try to act on that own advice myself. And when we think about it like that, when we think about it as self-advocacy, it enables us to be a little bit stronger in our stance, as opposed to thinking, oh, people around me are going to get upset. You are advocating for yourself, and you are just as important as the other people in your life that you are advocating for. I know that can sound, easier said than done, right, Lori? Like, how am I actually supposed to do this in my day-to-day life? So let's talk about the practical steps to setting and enforcing boundaries. The first thing that you want to do is you want to set your boundaries. You want to reflect on what you need and what you want in your life. Are you happy with the way that you're spending your time? Do the relationships in your life feel good? What do you want to prioritize? What are the things in your life that you want to say more yes to? You want to have more of in your life? And what are the things that, they don't really bring joy to your life? They're not creating anything positive for you. We can kind of do without that. That's how we prioritize. That's how we figure out where we need to have boundaries and what kinds of tasks we want to have boundaries around. Then we want to be proactive about it. So instead of waiting for someone to cross a boundary, instead of waiting for someone to do something that you are not comfortable, you can actually take a step forward and be proactive about it. Try to speak up before that thing happens, so the boundary is clear and it's never crossed in the first place. And that sort of, makes it so that you never have to have that awkward conversation of, hey, you did something that I'm actually not super comfortable with. Can we talk about this? It can be easier to just put it up front, say, just so that this never happens, let's talk about it now. How do you say it? Just come out and say it. We're all tempted to beat around the bush, to use sort of fancy phrasing and walk in circles. But the best way to do it is just to use simple and direct language to establish a boundary. Don't dance around what you're trying to say. Don't expect the people around you to read your mind. Just like you can't read other people's minds, you might not always know where their boundaries are. You might not always know what they're thinking. They feel the same way about you. So it's important that you just come out and say it as directly as possible. And then if it's necessary, you may need to reinforce this boundary. Sometimes even after you've already discussed a boundary, people might forget, people might not think it's placed. People might think, circumstances have changed. This boundary is no longer necessary. And it's okay in those situations to politely, but of course firmly, remind them that that boundary is still there and you still want them to respect it. That said, boundaries can and do change based on circumstances, based on becoming more comfortable in a given relationship, based on personal growth or a changing situation. Sometimes a boundary needs an update, and that's okay too. You can let people know that the boundary has changed in any given way or is no longer there using the steps that we've previously discussed. So an example of this, as I mentioned before, was that maybe a physical boundary is that you don't want anyone coming within 6 feet of you. But maybe once that person is vaccinated, you would feel more comfortable and that would be okay. And so that's a boundary that you can update and let them know. You may want to offer relevant explanations and solutions. So for example, if someone asks you to take on a certain task, you might want to say, oh, I'm so sorry, I wish that I could, but actually I've had a lot going on today and I'm not going to have the time to be able to accomplish that. But if you'd like, we can look at it next week. Or I know someone who might be able to help you with that. Let me show you who that person is. That can be helpful in allowing that other person to get some context, to better understand where you're coming from, and also to show them that you're still invested in their relationship. You're still wanting to see the best possible outcome for them. It is important to know, however, that you do not owe anybody an explanation if you don't want to share. And you also don't really owe an apology. Saying no is its own sentence, and you don't have to apologize for having boundaries. So while you could go on a long-winded explanation of, I'm so sorry, this is why I can't, but here's what we can do instead, you can just say, nope, can't do it right now. So to wrap up this conversation about boundaries, I already mentioned Dr. Nedra Glower-Twow, and I want to include 2 quotes from her groundbreaking book that really resonated with me. She says, when I'm talking about boundaries, I'm talking about what defines your relationship. What makes you feel safe, comfortable, and what are the parameters for your particular relationship? And the reason that I wanted to bring this up is that I really like the way that she talks about how boundaries are almost like the terms and agreements for any given relationship. It lets people know what to expect from a relationship. It's what you sign off on in order to engage in a relationship that is fulfilling and goes in both directions. It allows both people to have a really positive experience in any given relationship. As I mentioned, professional, personal, platonic or romantic, and even the relationship with your own self. And finally, she says, an inability to ask for what we wanted in a relationship, whether that's partnership, family, friendship, at work. And lots of people were showing up burnt out, overwhelmed, depressed, and resentful because of a lack of boundaries. This is just the note that I wanted to end on because I wanted to show how she explains what can happen when we're not enforcing our boundaries. And this is so important professionally in the healthcare working setting. It's also important in our everyday lives, just as human beings. So on that note, I'd like to take this and allow it to transition us into our second activity of this workshop. So we're going to use the things that we've talked about and the skills that we've talked about in this next activity.
Thank you so much for that, Lori. So what we would like for you to do, and this you would have received with the email invitation for the link, we want to explore the Take Care of Yourself adapted sheet. We're also going to put a link for that in the chat. And what we want to do, like really prioritizing what we need to do for our mental health, we want to take at least about 5 minutes to fill in this sheet. And then we'll kind of come back together and discuss as we see fit. But that's what we're going to, about 5 minutes. I'm going to have a timer. So go ahead and open the link. Thank you, Laura, for putting that in. Open that link, or if you have it already in your email, go ahead and fill out the steps that we have laid out for you when thinking about how to take care of yourself. And again, this is going to be about for 5 minutes. And for your reference, this is what it looks like. As you'll see here, this has been adapted from the AMA website. And there's 5 categories here. We have allow yourself to feel your feelings, reflect on your own coping strategies, perform regular check-ins with yourself, reduce your news and social media time, might be a tricky one, and have your reasons for being in healthcare handy. So there's a space down below. You can also put it in a Word doc, a note if you would prefer that, but it is here available for you. So if it's 10:32 here, we're gonna wrap this up in about 10:37. Oh, apologies, because I'm in Central Time. It's 11:32 for you all. We have about 4 more minutes for this. Three minutes to go. And one more minute. So as you are wrapping up this, or you may be having it available to you for another time, the point of this is that you have this information now, so that when you know you're really feeling down or you're kind of in crisis, or kind of thinking about, oh, there's something needs to change now, you have this information available to you. Because something that I had learned from a practicing psychiatrist who works in crises settings, the first thing that goes within any crisis is your mind. Like you kind of go into this fight, flight, flee type of reaction, and your strategic thinking and your frontal lobe kind of stops working to its best ability. So by having these available to you, you can then assess, oh, I'm not feeling good. And then you can turn to a page like this and go through these steps to kind of assess, okay, this is what my next step should be if I'm feeling upset or angry or exhausted, for example. And just as a very quick overview, so allow yourself to feel your feelings. Really write down, like, what do you typically feel when you know that you're not feeling well? And having them on a scale of 1 to 10 allows you to really distinguish, oh, this is something that I have to address immediately, or, oh, I can kind of wait a couple of days and have some more time to think about it. Reflect on your own coping strategies. So you may have new coping strategies now, since we did go through a couple of different options within the presentation. And of course, you probably have things that you already know you do, that you already know really works well for you. Performing regular check-ins, kind of thinking about, okay, is this something new to my experience, to what I'm experiencing right now? Or is this something that I'm pretty well-versed in and I know how to handle it? Reducing your news and social media time. This is just something that, because we're really constantly in the moment and really thinking, having these a lot of times, I'm just rambling, apologies for that. But by having a way to step away from social media, for example, or the news, we can then address internally what's going on. And then, of course, having reasons for being in healthcare handy. What was the reason that you chose the program that you're in? Why do you want to do the work that you do? By having those answers, you can kind of just read them and reflect them, having them on your notes, having them on your desk available for when you kind of need that reminder. And with that, we're going to transition back to our slides. One moment. And Lori is going to walk us through a meditation circle demonstration.
Okay, so at this time, as we've mentioned, I'm going to lead a guided meditation. First, I want to say that the reason that I particularly like guided meditations is that I find that, especially for those who are new to the practice of meditation, or yoga can also be a part of that as well, it can be really intimidating to just say, okay, I'm going to sit and just clear my mind for this amount of time. I personally find my mind starts to wander, I am not focused. It doesn't really work out very well for me. And so a lot of people have that experience and then they're like, okay, well, meditation is not for me, then that's not something that I can accomplish feasibly. The reason that I really like guided meditation is that by not having to just do it all on your own, by being able to focus on the sound of another person's voice, listen to what they're saying, allowing that to guide you through the experience, it's a lot more accessible and it's a lot more manageable. And you don't have to meditate for a particularly long amount of time in order for it to be beneficial. The meditation that I'm going to walk you through today is going to be less than 5 minutes, but I hope that you find it to be a restorative experience. So at this time, I'm going to ask you to just start by finding a comfortable seated position. Many people find that the most beneficial meditation comes from sitting with their feet planted firmly on the ground, with their spines straight and their backs pressed against the seat of the back of their chair. However, remember that there's no wrong way to meditate, and there's no wrong way to find this connection with yourself and the community that we are joined with today. So find the position that will feel the most comfortable for you and that will allow you to shift your focus away from just fidgeting in your seat the whole time. If it feels comfortable for you, you can close your eyes at this time. If not, gently lower your gaze and just make sure that there are no visual distractions in your field of view. Take a deep breath in through your nose and allow that breath to fill you all the way down to your hips, lengthening your spine. Feel your shoulders rise. Feel the crown of your head reaching towards the ceiling. Create and hold that vertical space in your body. And then let that breath go by breathing out through your mouth. Take another big breath in, and this time allow the breath to expand your ribs horizontally. Feel your back broaden and your chest growing. Allow yourself to take up this space. Now let that breath out through your mouth but try to hold on to some of that space throughout our practice today. You can let your breath turn back to normal, find a comfortable rhythm. But if you find your mind starting to wander throughout this meditation, you can always turn back to this pattern of just letting the air fill your lungs and expand throughout your chest. As you find your breath returning to normal, scan your body in your mind's eye and try to find the areas of tension. Are you clenching your jaw? Are your shoulders way up by your ears? Are your hands and feet holding on to too much stress? On an inhale, I'd like you to intentionally focus on that physical stress and actually exaggerate it. So bring your shoulders up in a giant shrug, make your hands into fists, wrinkle your forehead, and hold on to that stress for just a moment. And then on an exhale, let go of that tension in an exaggerated sigh of relief. Continue to breathe slowly in this newfound state of relaxation, letting it wash over you. Breathing in peace and a gentle ease that we so often forget to include in our busy lives. Breathe in calm, breathe out stress. Inhale joy, exhale negativity. Inhale love, exhale pain. I now want you to picture someone who is easy for you to love. Maybe it's a family member, a partner, a dear friend or pet, a beloved teacher. Picture the comfort that this person brings for you. Feel their presence and the warmth that comes with it. And either in your mind or maybe even out loud, I want you to repeat the following phrases. I value you as a person, not for your productivity, but for the light that you bring into the world. I see you where you are, and it is enough. You deserve to relax, and you deserve to be happy. When your mood is low, I hope that you can accept your emotions where they are. I hope you know that this mood will pass, and you will be happy again. You deserve love, and you are loved. Now we are going to turn these affirmations inwards and send that compassion towards our own selves. Speak to yourself with the same love that you would speak to the loved one you are just holding in your mind's eye. And either silently or on a soft exhale, repeat after me. I have value as a person, not for my productivity, but for the light that I bring into the world. I can meet myself and my needs where I am, and it is enough. I deserve to relax, and I deserve to be happy. When my mood is low, I will accept my emotions where they are. I know that this mood will pass, and I will be happy again. I deserve love. I am loved. As we wind down our affirmations, find your focus shifting back to your breath. Breathing in calm, breathing out stress. Inhaling joy, exhaling negativity. Inhaling love, exhaling pain. Turn your focus inside and out and back into your body. Notice how your body feels. Does it feel a little bit more relaxed, a little bit lighter? Does it feel a little bit softer or kinder? Maybe take this opportunity to wiggle your fingers and your toes and bring some gentle movement back into your body. And when you feel ready, flutter your eyes open as we conclude this meditation, maybe feeling a little bit more ready to handle the rest of the day. Thank you for joining me on this meditation. On this next slide, you can see some of the steps to meditation that we've practiced today, just a brief introduction in case this is something you'd like to continue in a future day. So as I mentioned before, you're going to want to find a comfortable seated position. Maybe this is feet planted on the ground with your spine straight. Maybe it's not, maybe it's reclining into a chair. Sometimes I meditate as a way to fall asleep at night. So then I'm just lying in my bed. So then I'm not doing this at all. You want to eliminate your visual distractions. So whether that means closing your eyes or just, putting your phone out of the way, making sure you're not staring at anything that's going to distract you. And then just taking the time to focus on whether you're doing this as a guided meditation or just on your own. If you are looking for more guided meditations, I definitely recommend the website Headspace. There's also a lot of great free guided meditations on YouTube as well. So I definitely recommend those.
Thank you so much for that. So in conclusion, we have over 2 million US healthcare workers, and then we have almost 200,000, most likely more, over 200,000 US health professional students. But there's only one of you, and you need to take care of you. We need you for the work that you do today, tomorrow, and every day. So thank you so much for joining us. If there's any questions, comments, concerns, you can put them in the chat or feel free to email us. With that, we do have some links here that's referring to the content that we provided during our presentation and for you to get some more information. So thank you everyone for joining us on our first workshop.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you, Danielle and Lori, for leading that amazing mental health workshop. So now we're gonna take a quick, about 15-minute break. So do whatever you want, move around a little bit, get some water, something to eat, and we'll see you back at 11:58. See you guys soon.
Hello, everyone. I hope you were able to get something to eat and get some water. We'll be transitioning to our second workshop in about less than 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back as you start getting settled in. My name is Miladis Guzman. My pronouns are she, hers, ella, they, them, ellas. And I'm a third-year medical student at CUNY School of Medicine. I will be a part of moderating our wonderful panel today on vaccine hesitancy. So we'll give you guys about 2 minutes to get settled in. And as we get settled in, I will start introducing our speakers today. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Torin Easterling. This is actually his second time in the AIM space with us, so it is a treat for us that he has returned. Dr. Torin Easterling serves as the first Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, where he has spent more than 5 years in a senior leadership role, overseeing programmatic work focused on reducing overall premature mortality and closing the racial gap on the leading causes of preventable death. He has also served as the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Health's Bureau of Brooklyn Neighborhood Health, where he has helped advance key programming to address pressing concerns, including maternal death and gun violence. Dr. Easterling is a community physician committed to health equity, social justice, and movement building to achieve the health outcomes that all people deserve locally and globally. Dr. Easterling holds a bachelor's degree from Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, a doctor of medicine from Rutgers University, New Jersey Medical School, and a master's in public health from the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, New York. He completed his residency in family medicine at Jamaica Hospital Center in Queens and is a general preventative medicine resident at Icahn School of Medicine at Sinai, New York. Our next moderator for our workshop is Dr. Jeffrey Weintraub. Dr. Weintraub is an American Board of Emergency Medicine board certified emergency physician and a member of the American Academy of Emergency Medicine since 1995. He has worked at the Norwalk Hospital in Connecticut as a full-time emergency physician since 1999, also serving there as a business manager for the emergency physician since 2011. From 2000 to 2012, he served as the chief of the section of education and residency training for the Department of Emergency. In addition, he has been working as a per diem emergency physician at Greenwich Hospital in Connecticut since 1999. Dr. Weintraub holds a bachelor's degree in science from Cornell University and an MD degree from Weill Cornell Medical, where he was president of his senior class, and an MBA from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He completed the prestigious emergency medicine residency program at the Medical College of Pennsylvania in 1998 and was the recipient of the Senior Resident Teaching Award. Since 2000, he has served as the medical director for the town of New Canaan Ambulance, chief of police and fire corps. His passions include teaching, running, traveling, and an array of personal finance topics, including taxation and investing. Welcome. Okay, so the purpose of this discussion is to share strategies we can use to address vaccine hesitancy. To many, this topic does not feel like a community conversation, and instead feels like another tool used by a system that has never centered them. So we will explore the current public health factors and concerns that affect the COVID-19 vaccination rates, along with how to promote informed, equitable choices to improve community well-being. I do want to remind everyone today that this is a community conversation. So please feel free to add your questions in the chat, add your statements, expressions of angst, and whatever thoughts and feelings you may be having if something touches you. So I would like to begin with our first question to both our panelists. In simple terms, simplest as possible, why do you believe it is appropriate to suggest the COVID-19 vaccine to our patients?
I can start with that. In simple terms, the vaccine is highly effective in helping to prevent life-threatening illness and hospitalizations from COVID. Less than 0.01% of all hospitalizations now are in unvaccinated individuals. So the overwhelming majority of the hospitalizations are in, I might have misspoken, are in vaccinated individuals. The overwhelming majority of hospitalizations, well more than 99%, are in unvaccinated. In addition, the vaccine also reduces risk of transmission. And in those that are fully vaccinated, they can resume activities as they did prior to the pandemic.
Yeah, I totally agree with Dr. Wintrop. And, you know, I'll just sort of look at it from a different perspective because, you know, so you went through our CV and some of our credentials. And I recall as a preventive medicine resident, we had a weekly grand rounds where we went through the MMWR that CDC typically puts out on a regular basis. And I recall in 2011, you know, sort of to talk about the top 10 achievements of public health, and vaccine preventable prevention was number one, along with motor vehicle safety, cancer prevention, you know, chronic heart disease treatment. And, you know, at that time, you're really trying to grasp. And I think it's really important for all of you as residents and students on your way to really taking care of patients. Remember in the document, as Dr. Wintrop has just mentioned, the prevention around cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Right now, we're seeing this, right? And it's a little bit different when you're reading it in a textbook. But the ways in which this vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, has prevented cases and illness and deaths is really astounding. And I think that there's a lot of somewhat surprised in the ways in which these three vaccines have worked, certainly different than what was expected late last year. And also what we've seen in New York City is that there has been some studies that have shown that we've been able to avert thousands of deaths by just having the vaccines available. And so I think the data is really clear why these vaccines are important and will get us out of this pandemic.
Thank you both of you for answering our first question. So continuing on with this conversation of the data and how it supports us, how have you found success in addressing COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy? And as a follow-up to that, where do you think we have failed? And Dr. Easterling, you can start.
Sure. Yep, happy to. Where have we found success? So again, we can look at the data and we can sort of see, you know, over time, who has been vaccinated in New York City. And we can just look at the last 6 weeks. So thinking about, you know, September, you know, late August, September, and now going into the first week of October. And we have begun to see, you know, increase in the vaccination rates among Black and Brown New Yorkers. And we've seen the highest percentage growth in these populations. And this is certainly due to the work that we've been doing and really trying to do a lot of education, obviously talk about, you know, access, which is really important, and not just access to the vaccine, but also making sure that the sites are accessible, whether that's language or for disability access. And I think we've also been really clear that we've had to put forward policy around incentives and also vaccine requirements to really encourage and underscore how important the vaccines are. But, you know, I would say that what has been foundation in our approach has been our hyperlocal engagement, being out in neighborhoods neighborhoods, not only deploying our own staff, but also working with community partners, faith-based organizations, and federally qualified health centers, because it's really activating the spaces where people naturally already participate and use as a resource.
Dr. Weintraub?
I absolutely agree with Dr. Easterling and what he's saying on a local grassroots, get out there and keep pushing and don't give up. I'll take a little different twist to the question, just from an individual perspective. When I encounter people that are non-immunized in the emergency department, and we always think of ourselves as one of the safety nets of medicine, where people are coming in, not really thinking about the vaccine, but they have alternate problems. They might be related to COVID or unrelated to COVID. More often it's unrelated to COVID, and we will still ask, are you vaccinated? And I've had mixed success. And some of the reasons maybe we'll get into, I've kind of kept some quotes, but I'll wait for, I'm assuming that question will come up, is what are the reasons that people don't want to get vaccinated? But either way, I've had mixed success. And I'd probably say it's probably 70-30, 70% successful, 30% unsuccessful. Getting out there, empathizing, listening, understanding, being compassionate, and educating with facts. And it's so important to educate with the facts. There's just so many myths out there that we need to kind of get through, break down, but still validate in their minds, because many of these people have such strong feelings. And it's just persisting and staying on top of the game. But the biggest thing that would have success is sort of based on the patient's reasoning themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the reasons, there's much more of a brick wall as opposed to a soft paper wall that you can easily just blow down, if you will. And it's important to recognize that. And different patients require different amounts of effort and different approaches.
I really do appreciate both of you centering the fact that, honestly, we basically need to be out in these streets, to put it in a very New York City perspective. And also centering the fact that compassion is an important part of this conversation. I do want to press on a little more, and Dr. Weintraub, you beat me to it, by asking, what are the reasons, the main reasons that you've seen folks that are hesitant in getting vaccinated?
So I'll give you some quotes that I've kind of put together over the past 6 or 8 weeks, and it's fascinating. I'm going to run through them, and then it might actually be, I don't know if we have time, but to just hear some comments from everyone that's listening, just to, how does that make you feel? So let me just run through some of the quotes from beginning to end. I didn't know I needed it. That was one. An 80-year-old woman, she said, I'm a strong woman, that virus won't get me. Another one is, this is a conspiracy by the government, who are being supported by the pharmaceutical companies so they can generate more money. I don't know where to go to get it. I haven't had a chance yet. This was the most disturbing to me, because this was from a son and daughter of an 82-year-old woman that I just ran a cardiac arrest on, that was there for respiratory failure from COVID, and she died. And I was sharing with them that your mom just died. And they told me, and we talked about the vaccine, and both the son and daughter, neither of them were vaccinated. They were both in their mid-50s. And they said, we know the vaccine is dangerous, and she knew it was dangerous. If that doesn't trigger some feelings, I won't comment on it, but we know the vaccine is dangerous. We'll get back to that one. Here's another one. First, I have to fix my underlying problem before she gets it. And I said, what is your underlying problem? I have a low blood count. It was in a morbidly obese 51-year-old with very mild anemia with a hemoglobin of maybe 11, but at huge risk of death because she's morbidly obese. So that was, one might say, somewhat disturbing. Another one, I haven't gotten around to it yet, which is similar to I haven't had a chance yet. So we hear multiple comments about that. Another one said, what's the point? People are still getting sick. Until I see concrete scientific evidence with no side effects, it boils down to skepticism. Now, the little caveat to that is that patient was there for a, without giving away too many details, a psychiatric complaint. So there was some degree of psychosis, but there was some truth in that statement in this person's mind and other people's minds. Another one is I can't afford it. They didn't realize it's free. And the final one I noted was I already had COVID, so I can't get it again, and I don't need the vaccine. So I don't know, and I don't want to kind of take over moderating, obviously. I don't know if you wanted to give a chance just for some comments, especially on 2 or 3 of those.
You are both more than welcome to, this is a community conversation, the same way that we should be having the COVID conversation with our patients. So you're more than welcome to direct the conversation. I encourage that. I do want to add a comment from my colleague, Alexandra Greenberg, where she mentioned in the chat that going with this theme of compassion and sensitivity, right now we're seeing an introduction to the mandate, the new mandates that are going on at hospitals and the new mandates that are going on at our centers of education, our schools. Can both of you give a little bit more of your thoughts on that, especially, and I'm going to add another bit to that with the Delta virus, how we see children are being affected in rates that we didn't see at the beginning of the pandemic last year.
Sure. If we don't, just before we get to the vaccine requirements, I do want to ask if we could get a little more feedback on some of the comments that Dr. Winthrop had just read, because I think this is really important. You know, and just last week, as I was doing some walkthroughs in Far Rockaway with the borough president, I was hearing some of those same comments, like literally talking to people one-on-one, going into beauty shops and barbers and beauty salons and barbershops, and you know, just asking individuals, why aren't you getting the vaccine? Hearing some of the same sentiments. I had a conversation with a 56-year-old gentleman who, you know, wanted to talk to me about Tuskegee, the Tuskegee experiment. And I had a 15-minute conversation in the street with him. So I do think, you know, we should spend a little bit of time on this, because I think as health professionals and whatever role that we play, this role of really encouraging individuals, informing them on the data and the science, but really helping them get to an informed decision is the work that we have to do. So if we could just take a couple of minutes here and open it up to the community.
Yeah, of course. So
Sorry about that.
No, don't apologize for that at all. As a tangent, I would like to add that as someone from the Bronx, I'm very grateful you mentioned barbershops and beauty salons, because those truly are community centers and spaces where you'll be surprised how much work we can get done by meeting our community members where they're at. It looks like, and I want to add a comment from Ziana, that she does affirm that there is so much miscommunication amongst our patients and our communities. And she wonders what steps we can take to help inform our patients. A lot of times our words aren't enough. Ziana or Alex, if both of you would like to unmute your microphone and just add a little bit more about your thoughts, that would be wonderful. Anyone else, you can add your thoughts in the chat and we can unmute as we go.
I guess I would just say, so I've spent the last 2 months on my internal medicine rotation at Downstate and Brookdale. I'm on the floors where we had our COVID patients that were not critical care. And it has been really almost mind-boggling to see this dichotomy between, you know, nurses on the floor and patients on the floor saying that they don't trust the vaccine still. that they're, for a lot of the staff, that they're going to quit when the mandate comes into place, actually having staff call out and use sick days because they know they're quitting. And then, we had someone actually elope on Friday after they'd been exposed to COVID, and when we told them that we were going to have to hold them and test them, and now are dealing with the consequences of that. And people really feeling that the vaccine is not the answer, at the same time as on the other side of the floor, we have patients who are currently extremely sick from the virus, and their family members are saying, that they made a mistake, that they should have gotten them vaccinated, that they were waiting, especially for older patients due to the challenges of getting them a vaccine just logistically, but then of course, other patients who didn't fully trust it yet. And I think what's so difficult is we know the reasons why a lot of people are hesitant, especially, a lot of people who are in healthcare who are BIPOC, the history there, how they've been treated both by the institutions they work for and, as part of a community that has been taken advantage of by the healthcare system. But it doesn't seem like the answers are really coming at a fast enough rate. That the response to this mandate is so many people quitting, obviously not at the numbers that had been predicted, but, it intersects with this previous conversation about burnout. The nurses and staff who are showing up are extremely overwhelmed. The patients aren't getting as much attention and care. The dynamics between the different teams are very tense because things are not getting done simply because there just isn't the capacity. And so the fact that we haven't been active enough in finding solutions is really concerning to me. And, I understand when we're talking about community members, it's still very, very important, but I think within our own institutions, it's pretty critical and happening right in front of us. So I'm curious what you all think we can do to address it.
Thank you, Alexandra, for sharing your thoughts and asking your question. We appreciate it. Dr. Winthrop, if you would like to add a bit.
Something we wonder why, we comment on, we know all the reasons that people don't want the vaccine, but so much of it is propagated by social media. And, we have these other wonderful vaccines, and yes, there's always been pediatric vaccine hesitancy. There's some hesitancy with influenza vaccines each year, but this particular vaccine, and, there are so many reasons for it, but this particular vaccine, there's been so much more hesitancy than we've seen in the past. And so much of it is likely attributed to the explosion of social media and false information. And it's happening in many aspects of society. And how do we overcome that? And I completely agree. We have to do it on a local institutional basis so we don't lose our great workers and re-educate them within. And then of course, our communities, which they're both super important. And it will require a lot of education, a lot of effort. New York City in particular has done a reasonable job just with some television commercials. I personally am not on social media. I am purposely not on social media, but I am betting most of you are. And, maybe putting some things out on social media in a more formal context without getting in a, they said, we said type debate, but some more information and sort of semi-bombarding via social media, via television. It's a lot of effort. There's no one solution for this, but we cannot ignore it, and we've got to get people vaccinated. So a lot of effort. It will require a lot of effort because of the degree of false information out there. It's just enormous.
Thank you, Dr. Weintraub. I personally, and this is the millennial in me, I think that I do see a lot of what you're saying, but I also think that social media can be a tool of power for those who are silenced, especially when used in an equitable manner. We've seen that with the Black Lives Matter movement. Dr. Easterling, I actually follow you on Twitter. So if you can give us a little bit more on the perspective of how we can actually use it as a tool of power in spite of social media, for a lot of folks, being a source of misinformation. If you can give us a little bit more about that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, certainly. I think that there are certainly ways in which we've seen social media, really sort of amplify misinformation and disinformation. And so I think that there has to be a collective strategy to counter and block it, and not necessarily trying to take it head on. It is certainly the stance of our agency that we don't go directly after what sort of someone has posted about the vaccine that is totally incorrect. But we use our platform to really engage, Facebook and YouTube and other corporations to say it has to be your responsibility, your social responsibility, to make sure that that misinformation, disinformation is not spread right on your platforms. And we've seen, we just heard YouTube is now taking an active step in blocking any disinformation, misinformation around COVID-19 and the vaccines. We need others to step up in that same way because they have a platform. And to your point, there are ways in which we can really use this to really create opportunities for power share. And that's the opportunity that we absolutely need to push for, particularly those, as you've mentioned, whose voices have not always been in the forefront. And so, how do we do that? We certainly try to lift up the voices through recording individuals and then putting them on our Twitter page and say, look at our everyday New Yorkers, look at people who you can trust and you probably have seen in your everyday life talking about the vaccine. And I think that has been really important, but also making sure that we're giving space for different conversation, right? And I think that has also been important in some of the ways in which our agency, the health department, has had conversation with activists and, having an environmental health lens, and also bringing in folks who are also bringing in a spiritual lens. And I think that really creates an opportunity for us to have a more holistic conversation, particularly people who are sort of on the fringes about, whether the vaccine is right for me, and really sort of connecting to folks who are sort of speaking to, something that they may connect to. So I think that those are ways in which we have been able to not only sort of like use Twitter, but also to use all the different virtual platforms, particularly during this pandemic, to have conversations not only about the vaccine, but talking about a just recovery. I very much think that as we talk about vaccine hesitancy, we must link it to a just recovery. What I often say, and even to the gentleman who brought up the point around Tuskegee, is that we have to acknowledge, right, the longstanding inequities, the longstanding history of mistreatment and abuse within the medical space. And we have to understand that, yes, there is a conversation that needs to be had, but if we're having this conversation about COVID-19 and what it means to save lives, we need to address that first. In order for us to get to mass incarceration and housing inequalities and wealth inequality, and also thinking about all the different things, we got to get through this pandemic. And because people are not dropping in the street at this very moment as they were in April 2020, it's very hard for people to fathom how real this pandemic still is at this very moment. And so, the vaccine is very much connected to, our liberation. And I say that, in so many different spaces, because we have to get there. We have to be alive. We have to be in full with our community in order for us to have this much broader conversation to address the inequalities that we've been talking about. And I certainly understand that it's very hard for people to sort of separate those things because they're very much connected. And I understand that. But we have a problem right now that is facing us directly dead on, and we need to be able to address that. And then we need to make sure that we continue to push forward and some of the more global issues that we've been trying to address for a long time.
Thank you, Dr. Easterling and Dr. Weintraub. I do want to ask, and I want to state that white Americans make up the majority of those vaccinated, and much of the hesitancy in historically harmed communities has been from intergenerational trauma. Just like you mentioned, Tuskegee, from the political and social violence of established institutions like our medical system. And this has led to a deep-seated mistrust of the medical system, just like you're saying, both of you. What can we do to acutely navigate this distrust and improve the vaccination rates? Because as both of you mentioned, it's the problem in front of us right now before we can get to issues like mass incarceration, like food deserts, like the school to prison pipeline. I want to start with that acute piece.
I think we've talked about some of the techniques, but it never hurts to, repeat them and go through them again. People have valid concerns. They have valid fears, and we need to validate them. We need to listen. We need to take time, and we need to try our best to replace any potential misinformation or misunderstanding. And some of it is not necessarily misinformation. It's real fears that it's our job to address these fears and to treat every individual and try to just get out there and be compassionate, empathize with them, and educate with the facts and educate with the correct information. Easier said than done when there are these deep-seated fears and lots of history. But this vaccine, it's safe, it's effective. It's important to spread the information that they've undergone the most intensive safety and monitoring in US history, even though it all happened quickly. They used established drug protocols. They used new safety monitoring systems. They've had, enormous studies to look at the safety, not to mention since the vaccines have been released, it's, millions and hundreds of millions of people have received it with nearly no significant side effects. And it's just understanding their concerns and then providing the education and facts back to them. But it takes time. It's difficult to break down those barriers, and it's understandable. And you need to validate and be compassionate and empathetic.
Yeah, totally agree. And I would also add, I think that we've seen how, government and healthcare institutions have made some investments to really close the gap and really address accessibility. I remember when New York Presbyterian opened up their vaccine mass site at their armory, which I thought was amazing. And even as community members have elevated some of the concerns about, having individuals who are on the outside speaking different languages, making sure that community members really have some prioritization in getting access to the vaccine. Certainly that was through advocacy of community members in that area, and those changes happened. And so there is an opportunity for us to continue that dialogue for what access could look like going forward. And I think that can really help bridge what we think about public health and healthcare, and making sure that community members really understand, like, yes, the vaccine was sort of a start in sort of thinking about your overall health and well-being, but we certainly want to make sure that you no longer delay your healthcare services in taking care of your diabetes or managing your high blood pressure. And that is a very real conversation that we have to have. So to this idea of acknowledging and having empathy, I think we have to continue the dialogue beyond the vaccine. So then, the point around like, the health department has all of these campaigns and we're pressuring folks just on this one vaccine. Yes, we have a large campaign, but we also are going to have a large flu vaccine campaign. We're, getting ready to remind folks to get screened for the colon cancer screening and breast cancer. So, I think some people just don't realize how, we operate and really trying to get the message out. But certainly the vaccines were important. But again, we're going to start to see the pendulum swing back into really understanding, our non-communicable disease prevention is just as important.
Thank you, both of you. I know we kind of really hammered it in there, but that is a big component of what equitable work looks like. I do want to ask a little bit more on the logistics of the SARS-CoV-2 virus How do you both of you expect the virus to continue to evolve? And the changes that we will need to make around it, such as behavioral modifications like masking.
Yeah, I'll jump in. And I just want to acknowledge that I know that I threw us off a path and you had an earlier question around vaccine requirements. So I don't want to act like, that question was never asked. So happy to come back to it whenever you're ready for us to do so.
You're definitely more than welcome to integrate that into your answer.
Okay. But to the question that you had just presented, I think what we're going to continue to see, hopefully more people are getting vaccinated. We know that because of the requirements. We know that because of some of the policies that have already been put out. We're certainly seeing sort of in our COVID data right now in New York City that our cases are decreasing. Certainly our hospitalizations are at sort of a stable level right now, and our deaths are going down. So we're going in the right direction. Not necessarily clear if this is all associated with just the vaccines that are the vaccination rate, but it's certainly good news. And I know that there's more work that we have to do. I think right now, what we're going to have to just make sure that more folks do continue to get vaccinated, and we're still messaging on all the other mitigation measures that we know work, masking, distancing, and just making sure that we're able to really have our robust tracing operations that are in place, particularly for certain high risk areas like schools and also in healthcare environment and other workforce spaces as well. In New York City, we continue to have most of our cases, actually 99% are the Delta variant, and we're tracking for other variants as well. But I think that we're going to continue to see that there may be other variants pop up. But I think as long as we are following the data and the science around what we need to do around vaccination and how much we are able to really inform folks about, is there a need for us to scale back in our mobility? I don't think we're going to go back to a lockdown or any such thing as sort of scaling down in mobility, but I think that we'll just have to continue to follow the data. And I think the other important point is to delayed healthcare services, that folks do need to make sure they're getting a flu shot this year. Much different from last year, where transmission was almost non-existent because of all the things that was happening. Folks were in their home, working from home, masking, and all the things that was happening in 2020. So flu season almost seemed as though it was non-existent. This year, we really do need people to get the flu vaccine because it's going to be really important.
Thank you. Dr. Weintraub?
I agree with Dr. Easterling. There is an unknown. One of the fascinating things with COVID is the unknown. And in medicine, we always are handed how to do things. And it's very rare unless you're deep in some brand new research to be discovering things as you go along. And this pandemic hit us so abruptly, and we knew almost nothing about it. We knew coronavirus was a common cold upper respiratory infection virus. This particular version mutated to become extraordinarily deadly. And we really knew nothing about it. And I kind of, we've done a phenomenal job between now and then figuring out the best potential treatments. Of course, we lost way too many people to death due to this. But we could have lost many, many more if that vaccine didn't come out as quickly as it did. But I think with that same unknown that we were all dealing with on the front lines at the beginning and middle and even, I would still say we're at the middle stages of the pandemic, although improving, we really don't know what will happen. I think our goal with the vaccination is this particular coronavirus kind of just falls back in with the other coronaviruses and becomes just another virus out there that you don't worry too much about, maybe less virulent than influenza. But on another positive note is it has now become acceptable in the mainstream to wear masks if one would like to. And it doesn't mean a mask mandate by any means, but you know, if you're on an airplane and you're not comfortable, you won't get funny looks if you put a mask on, or if you're in a crowded location, you won't get funny looks. And being more aggressive using hand sanitizer, and being more aggressive washing one's hands, and, you know, thinking about shaking hands versus elbowing, and all of these things which can decrease infectious disease risk from all viruses, all bacteria. And I think that will be a benefit moving forward. And something we, you know, one never really expected to come out of this whole thing. But there is an unknown, but I think everything is pointing in a good direction at this point.
Thank you. I do want to try my best to combine two questions from Abina Bafajor and Dr. Camille Claire. And basically, I think the questions that I'm trying to combine are asking, how can we help with getting the basic sciences knowledge across, not directly from the CDC, because the way that Abina put it was really interesting, that when she reaches out to her peers, when she discusses with friends and family members, that's not really the data they want to hear. And it makes sense, because that's where a lot of mistrust is rooted in. But I want to combine their question by asking, how can we take that basic sciences knowledge that we have clinically as folks training in healthcare, and how can we bring it to those who are earlier in school, who might have a lower level of educational attainment and don't have that basic understanding that we are clinically trained in having. Dr. Weintraub, you can kick us off.
I'm just reading through the comments. You know, I think it's a little difficult, especially based on what I was just saying, to ignore, and I'm not saying we're necessarily ignoring the CDC, but we've had so much growth and knowledge that everything is being funneled through the government to be able to most effectively spread the news and spread the data and spread the evidence. In terms of getting this into our schools, you know, we might be looking at the positives of, you know, social media and pushes from there, television commercials, community outreach programs. You know, it's a challenge to ignore governmental run methods like the CDC, because historically they have been so good in supporting the medical community, although I understand the hesitancy and that is a spark for misinformation in many people's minds. Dr. Easterling, what do you think? I didn't really give a great answer there.
Dr. Weintraub, you did great, thank you. Dr.
No, I do think that this is the challenge for us going forward. I think, you know, that as Dr. Weintraub had already mentioned, that there have already been examples of how we can get the message out. And again, you know, during this pandemic, we're going to have to learn from those lessons, and we're going to have to sort of think about those tools. I don't have the answers, but I do have, you know, sort of an example of how we're going to be thinking about this going forward. And so just last week, we announced a new pandemic response institute. And the whole idea of this investment that the city is making in a collaboration with Columbia and CUNY is to think about all of the lessons learned that during COVID-19, and how do we prepare for future public health emergencies. But we're not just waiting for, you know, the global pandemic of the next generation, but we're also thinking about, you know, how are we embedding a racial and social justice lens? So thinking about heat waves and other emergencies that do happen on a more regular basis, particularly in communities across the city. And so part of the work is, you know, yes, how are we collecting data? How are we using our evaluation and analytical tools? But, you know, really key is how do we make sense of the data? And we're communicating in language that our community partners can really use in an equitable way, because we knew that there were so many mutual aid societies and so many community partners who were activating during the pandemic, certainly early on. And how do we ensure that a public health infrastructure honors those who are on the ground and really doing this work. So I, again, I think that there are some things that we've learned, right? Certainly some animation and certainly ways in which we can, leverage existing, infrastructure, whether in school or certain training programs that we can get the certain information out. But I think it's going to have to be sort of on an ongoing basis and really trying to think together about what those tools will look like. But I'm really excited about this investment and what it can mean going forward.
Thank you for your example. And as someone from CUNY, I'm super excited about that. Someone mentioned in the chat earlier about the social media banning and freedom of speech, that being an issue. Other folks have previously mentioned about freedom being infringed because of the pressure that so many folks are having placed upon them, for lack of a better term. Would any of you like to speak more about that aspect of if this is an affront of freedom of speech or freedom individually, and how that relates to vaccination?
Yeah, I think this connects to the earlier question on requirements. And I certainly have been having these conversations about the mandates that we have put forward. You talked about healthcare workers, and then also for school staff as well. Certainly those are two populations that people are aware of, but certainly there are other discussions about what additional vaccine requirements will look like, whether it's going to be for travel or for other workforce. We also have a requirement for participating in indoor restaurant, indoor dining, or indoor entertainment venues and gyms. And so the reframe about how we've been thinking about getting to higher vaccination rates is the subtext is that this is also important for our equity goals. We understood that there were going to be huge work that we had to do around building confidence, and particularly in Black and Brown communities. And the data point that I shared earlier, that we've seen more than 60% of our first doses going towards Black and Brown New Yorkers in New York City in late August and September, directly connected to all the different policies that we put out during that time, whether it was the $100 incentive or it was around vaccine requirements. And so certainly the reframe is that we're talking about saving lives, and saving lives is really directed to ensuring that the neighborhoods that bore the burden of greatest disease during this pandemic, that we're really centering them in our approach. And so that has to be our top priority. And all the other sub-conversations around, individuals losing their jobs, conversations around freedom of speech certainly has to be a conversation, but understand how they're going to connect to our broader goal. And so, these are conversations that we have with our staff because, quite frankly, not everyone is comfortable with the idea of a vaccine requirement, vaccine mandate. And even though we may talk about, that many of the vaccine requirements that already exist, right, for DTaP and MMR and all the other vaccines that people are taking at this very moment, in addition to a yellow fever vaccine that is required if you're going to travel to Guinea or Ghana or Nigeria, there are already policies that are in place. And we have to understand that this is part of that art, part of the continuum of really ensuring that we are protecting the whole of society. So I think that these are part of what we need to do around educating community and why these are so important.
Totally agree. Not able to add anything there. We need to balance, risk of death and keeping our population alive with personal priorities and freedoms. And we're not trying to take freedom away, but for many years, the only way you can attend a public school is getting a certain number of vaccines, and you needed those vaccines. And there's an option to opt out, and there are risks inherent in those decisions. And every individual is allowed to make those decisions, but not at the risk of potentially killing others. And that's really what it comes down to.
Thank you. Again, I really do appreciate both of you sharing your thoughts. We have a question in the chat where they're asking about the Pfizer booster and if it will eventually be opened up to the general population, or also the other component of what if other folks have gotten other vaccines such as Moderna or Johnson & Johnson. And then there's a third part, which it's okay if you need me to re-ask, because these are 3 questions at once, but how do we explain this to our patients on top of that?
So I actually got my booster yesterday, so my arm's a little sore. But I did some research, and dare I say it's published by the CDC, but they put out an interesting PowerPoint, and it has number needed to vaccinated with booster dose of Pfizer in order to prevent 1 hospitalization over 6 months. And by far, the booster dose is most effective for those 65 and over. And it's 1 in 481. So in every 481 booster doses you give in people above the age of 65, it will prevent 1 hospitalization. Most would agree that is high enough yield to give booster doses to all that are over 65. As the ages diminish, the returns diminish. 50 to 64 is 1 in 2,000. 30 to 49 is 1 in 3,300, and 18 to 29-year-olds, it's 1 in 8,700. So that's where things have to kind of be, further evaluated. Is it worth the risk benefit, the cost benefit analysis? I'm not sure the booster dose based on this data will be released to everyone. And this is specifically for Pfizer. I think we need to see some more information as time moves on. And we know that for Pfizer, and I'll move toward your second question, for Pfizer, looking at a small study or 2 in Israel, there definitely was a decrease in the immunity response after 6 months. So that's the data we're going on, is out of a well done, but it's an observational study in Israel. It's not a fabulous study, but it's all we have based on the short length of time. Based on that, it does support the booster dose for Pfizer in those at highest risk, specifically those over 65. The data has not yet supported booster doses in the other 2 vaccines, but things continue to evolve and we need to continue to watch it. My guess would be over time, the same way we have booster doses of Tdap and MMR and other vaccines, that we will require booster doses of these different J&J and the Moderna vaccines as time moves along. Will it be after 6 months, 9 months, 18 months? Time will tell. But as of right now, how do we address this to your third question? Sorry to take all the questions, but how do you address it to the third question? It's a work in progress. And I think we educate our patients. And for patients that have already been open to receiving 1 or 2 doses of either J&J or the other 2 vaccines, I think they'll be open to the idea of, we don't know yet, and we need to keep an eye. But if you got the Pfizer and you're above 65, you need the booster. And that's the smart thing to do. And most that have already received the vaccine, well above 80%, are open to the idea of a booster dose.
Yeah, the only thing I would just add is just remind your patients that this means that the system is working, right? And so when we talk about, reviewing our clinical trial data and then being able to use and leverage our federal government, the way that CDC and FDA is reviewing the data, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice reviews the data and comes out with that recommendation, and also the instructions on how we should apply the recommendation. I think this is why we need to remind our patients simply that this is the system at work, and we're not getting ahead of any recommendation. We're not using any off-label use of the vaccines. We want to make sure that we're keeping you safe and trying to minimize, as Dr. Winthrop has mentioned, any risk that could be associated with any of the booster doses. And as soon as the data and the recommendations do come out regarding Moderna and J&J, we will certainly let our patients know. And I think we have to just keep reminding our patients that we don't want to get ahead of where we are right now. And I think the continued focus for us remains on individuals getting their first dose. I think that remains to be the priority, while we do want to support individuals who we think should be getting a booster dose. And as we've already heard, particularly those who are 65 and older who've received the Pfizer vaccine, the second dose 6 months ago, should receive that booster dose.
On behalf of everyone, I do want to offer each of you an opportunity to give a closing statement, about 30 seconds to a minute if you can. Dr. Easterling, you're more than welcome to start.
Yeah, you know, as was mentioned at the outset, is that this is the second time, and I'm coming back, and it's always a pleasure to join the Advocacy Medicine conference. And I think that we have to continue this conversation. And certainly, you know, the important part of why this space was even created is because we needed to create a platform to talk about not only the issues at hand, but certainly the broader point of how do we embed a racial and social justice lens in our public health and our healthcare system, so that we can achieve the outcomes that we want for our patients and for the communities that we serve. And so I think that has to be the ongoing conversation, and that thread cannot be lost. And I do want to thank all of you, and particularly the conference organizers, for continuing this conversation, for allowing us to be a part of it, and hopefully that we'll continue going forward in our mission, and looking forward to joining you all next year.
Thank you, Dr. Easterling. Dr. Weintraub?
Thank you for allowing me to join today. It has been a pleasure being able to share information and to hopefully get all of you thinking more about it, and what approach will you take bedside with your patients. And that's important. And you know, I'll repeat what I've already said to sum it up. The vaccine is just amazingly effective, just much better than we ever could have dreamed to have, you know, above 90% effectiveness against COVID, and probably even higher against deaths and serious hospitalization. It's a remarkable advancement in medicine. But at the same time, we have to look at each patient as an individual and address each individual's concerns and express compassion for each and every patient. We have to take time to explore each concerns. We don't want to silence them. We want to build an honest and respectful relationship with them. And then we want to empathize, and we want to allow them to share their feelings. And then it's our job to finish up with the facts. And we need to make sure they understand, although we empathize and understand their approach, it's our job to drive home those facts, that the vaccines are safe and effective. They've undergone an enormous amount of, you know, intensive safety and monitoring. And, you know, the vaccines can't give you COVID. They're not known to give you anything else serious. You may have some mild side effects with the vaccines, but they're normal. They go away in a few days. And it's just keep pushing, and it will require effort. Many things in medicine are not easy, and you have to respect those patients' wishes and just keep working through it. And ultimately, it will give you lots of satisfaction in the long run, because most of those patients will come around and you'll be successful. And that's the whole reason you're going into medicine, is to make that impact on an individual basis, as well as a community-wide basis. And you can do both. So good luck to all of you. And it's been a pleasure to participate today.
Thank you, both of you. I would like to close with a statement by Angela Davis, in which she basically states that true revolution is rooted in love. And that's really the goal of our work here in advocacy for in medicine. On behalf of AIM, I greatly appreciate the participation of our attendees today and the contributions of our speakers. You really have forwarded this conversation in an equitable manner that will make it easier for us to have this with our patients. After the conclusion of this conference, we will be sending out our own vaccine hesitancy facts and strategies infographic. So please be on the lookout for an email from us. Our next part is about to start in about 2 minutes. Our students will be presenting their posters. So you can take a break for a moment. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to clarify the program. Up next is actually our panel on advocacy and activism, and we'll get that started in just 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. So I would like to introduce our moderator for this evening, Dr. Julia Iashora. So just a little bio. Dr. Julia Iashora is the Executive Director of the Dalio Center for Health Justice at New York Presbyterian. In her role, she leads the center's efforts to address longstanding health inequities due to race, socioeconomic differences, limited access to care, and other complex factors that impact the well-being of our communities. Dr. Iashora attended Yale University for her BS in biology and Columbia University for her MD MBA. After completing her residency in internal medicine at Columbia, she joined the Division of General Medicine at Columbia in 2012. Prior to her current role, Dr. Iashora was the Associate Chief Medical Officer for Service Lines and the Co-Director of the Care Team Office at NYP. An Assistant Professor of Medicine, Dr. Iashora continues to see patients as an internist in the section for hospital medicine at Columbia. It is great having you here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Augenbraun. He is who is the director of the Infectious Disease Division at both SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University and Kings County Hospital Center. He is also a professor of medicine in the College of Medicine and a professor of epidemiology in the School of Public Health at SUNY Downstate, where he is also currently involved in institutional policies addressing COVID-19, clinical management, and research into therapeutics. Dr. Augenbraun is the recipient of 2 SUNY Chancellor's Awards for excellence in education and service. His interests include epidemiology, natural history, and the management of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Welcome, Dr. Augenbraun. It's a pleasure to have you today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Miao Jenny Hua. Miao Janiwa is a resident in preventative medicine and public health at Cook County Health in Northwestern University of the Feinberg School of Medicine. She was an internal medicine intern at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City during the first surge of COVID-19 in 2020. She has a PhD in anthropology from the University of Chicago and has worked in Wuhan from 2016 to 2017. She is an active member of the New York Doctors Coalition, the COVID-19 Working Group, and a board member of Physicians for a National Health Program in New York metro area. Thank you, Dr. Wah. Welcome.
I'm excited to introduce panelist Dr. Alyssa Kozlov, a licensed psychologist, researcher, and instructor at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, in the School of Public Health, Department of Health Behaviors, Society, and Policy. Throughout graduate school and internship, Dr. Kozlov completed clinical rotations in settings that serve older adults and adults with serious illness, including hospice, palliative care, cancer hospitals, and nursing homes. Dr. Kozlov has two complementary research areas. One area focuses on improving psychological outcomes for older adults and adults with serious illness. As part of this line of research, Dr. Kozlov has documented the gaps in mental health care within palliative care, as well as the trajectory and prevalence of depressive symptoms at the end of life. I have the pleasure of reading Dr. Kozlov's work often and working with her on numerous projects. Thank you for being here.
I'm thrilled to introduce Dr. Michelle Morse. Dr. Morse serves as the Deputy Commissioner for the Center for Health Equity and Community Wellness and is the inaugural Chief Medical Officer of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Dr. Morse is responsible for leading the agency's work in bridging public health and healthcare to reduce health inequities, guiding place-based and cross-cutting health equity programs, and serving as a key liaison to clinicians and clinician leaders across New York City. Dr. Morse is also a general internal medicine physician, part-time hospitalist at Kings County Hospital, and co-founder of Equal Health, as well as an assistant professor at Harvard Medical School. In 2015, Dr. Morse worked with several Equal Health partners to found the Social Medicine Consortium, a global coalition which uses activism and disruptive pedagogy noted in social medicine to advance health justice, for which she was granted a Soros Equality Fellowship in 2018. She served as Deputy Chief Medical Officer of Partners in Health from 2013 to 2016, and now serves on the board of directors of PIH. From September 2019 to January 2021, she served as a Robert Wood Johnson Health Policy Fellow in Washington, D.C., and worked with the Ways and Means Committee, majority staff in the U.S. House of Representatives. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Morse.
Thanks for having me.
So before we jump in, I believe there was going to be a brief comment that was made about asking questions, but perhaps we'll just go forward with the question. So if there are questions from our audience, please feel free to put them in the chat and I'll see if we can get to them. Unfortunately, the time is brief and we have some phenomenal speakers that I know we all want to hear from. Additionally, I was given a fair number of questions that were already developed by you and by the committee. So we're going to try to use our time as wisely as possible. So again, if I can get to some additional questions, I will. However, let's just jump in and get started. So this question is for all of the panelists, and I imagine will generate a fair bit of conversation. So the question is, what do you see that has changed in healthcare in your experience? And how do you see the healthcare industry moving forward? Perhaps we can start with Dr. Augenbraum.
I assume when you say, and by the way, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
I
can.
assume that you mean what has changed as a result of COVID, right?
So I think grossly in general, but yeah, I think we should focus all of the conversation today around COVID-19.
Yeah. Lots of things have changed from the probable somewhat inconsequential to the more consequential. One thing I notice is that everybody seems to be wearing scrubs now, whereas 2 years ago, very few people in the hospital were wearing scrubs. I'm not sure how I feel about that as somebody involved in infection control. I think something when I get a little time we'll address. But, you know, on a more substantive way, I think our approach to patients in terms of screening them for different types of pathogens has changed completely. I mean, when we admit patients to the hospital on a very practical basis, we have to screen everybody, and there's, you know, grave infection control issues that have to be addressed for everybody. I think there's a certain, in the outpatient area and the inpatient area, there's a certain amount of nervousness and concern about COVID as an ongoing clinical problem that has changed, that people have to be, that has to be attended to on top of all the other problems that they have. I think there's a general fear on the parts of some patients to come back into the hospital and clinic environment for fear of contracting illness. And I think we spend a lot of time now on the topic at hand, which is whether people should be vaccinated or not. We certainly weren't discussing that before. I'm sort of reminded of something that the Chinese premier Zhou Enlai said when asked what he thought the effect of the French Revolution had been. And he said, well, it's too soon to tell. And I feel like it's too soon to tell what COVID is going to do to our work environment. Things are in flux and they're changing, and this is not going to shake out for a couple of years. So stay tuned, I think. I don't want to monopolize the conversation, so maybe somebody else wants to talk.
I'm curious, Dr. Hua, given your experience on the COVID-19 workforces and task forces, what are your thoughts about how healthcare, both industry, may be changed for the better or for the worse? What are things that you think we can take from the experience over the last few years?
I would answer that maybe in two ways. One is as a frontline resident who has worked during the first surge in New York City and seen some of the changes made very rapidly made by hospital administration, oftentimes at the behest of frontline workers. I know I wrote a number of relatively critical open letters regarding some of the infection control practices. And so for instance, you know, patient cohorting, geographic rounding, some practices that I think for a long time seemed to be impossible to convert to from one day to the next did happen from one day to the next. As well as, of course, you know, changing ACGME regulations, people filling in spots for in specialties that they never thought they were training for. So a lot of that, I think, those of us here are well acquainted with. But I do want to answer this question also in terms of maybe going off of what Dr. Augenbrunn had said. I'm hoping that we still can't tell yet because throughout the course of the pandemic, I was hoping that the healthcare system would act more like a public health system, like it was part of a public health system rather than as silo privatized individual healthcare corporations essentially, and saw very little of that. I would just bring up the example of several hospitals that shut down or consolidated during the course of the pandemic. I was involved with one effort in trying to save Kingsbridge Jewish Medical Center, about 200 beds in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, and predominantly a Black neighborhood. And we were able to delay the closure of the hospital for several months. It finally closed down this June, but was, I think, slated to close about a year ago in the middle of the pandemic in 2020. And of course, you know, it's a very complicated backstory, and it was perhaps inevitable that it was going to close at one point or another. But we hear stories like this Mount Vernon hospital, which has already, I think, downsized quite significantly, and due to community pressure, is still admitting patients. So you know, I'm hoping that with the new state health commissioner, that processes for evaluating what are necessary safety net hospitals can undergo some revision, as well as ways to fund these safety nets. And you know, throughout the pandemic, we saw the impact in predominantly Black and Brown communities with the lack of safety net beds, right? Like we know that Manhattan has 3 times the number per capita hospital beds than Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. So I mean, hopefully we'll see improvements for the better in the future.
So perhaps it's a great lead in to sort of transition over to Dr. Morse. Really thinking about the public health perspective, as well as all of your tremendous background in equity, both currently and previously. Dr. Hua talked a lot about some of the disparities that we saw because of the pandemic. So what are your thoughts for how the future may be shaped and what we could look forward to in the healthcare industry?
Yeah, well, first I would just say, really second what Dr. Augenbraun and Dr. Hua already described. I think I very much believe it's still too early to tell, but I think some of the trends there are some encouraging trends, there are some concerning trends, there are some exciting trends. And so I think I'll start with the exciting trends and then share some of the things that are that remain of concern. And this is, I would say, both with my health department hat as well as my hat as a hospitalist and as someone who has really worked on institutional accountability around bias, exclusion, and anti-racism. I would say that the exciting trend is that I have found in the clinical spaces that I've been in much more willingness to name racism and name other systems of oppression and how they shape both the individual interaction between clinician and patient, and between staff and between other individuals that are either accessing the health system or a part of the health system in some way. And I think that is encouraging, right? It's just for this one specific, kind of system of exclusion. Racism used to be a bad word. It used to be a word that folks were really uncomfortable using. Excuse the cattail there. But I do think that there is a trend, and in large part driven by trainees, medical students, residents, et cetera, saying that that's actually just unacceptable. And we have to be able to say and name the elephant in the room. So with COVID in particular, right, it was particularly impossible to ignore, suppress, or avoid talking directly about racism, as well as all of the other systems, intersectional systems of exclusion that we experience and unfortunately often fail to address in healthcare delivery. I would say some of the concerns, however, are the same concerns that I think all of us have been watching and perhaps trying to interrupt for years, if not decades. The concerns are still that payment policy in this country leads to a multi-tiered system where people with commercial health insurance get access to care that is often higher quality or more accessible than folks with public insurance. And the many, many layers of tiers in our system, I think, also create both, lack of trust amongst some communities and worse experiences in some communities with health and healthcare, and also lead to, frank hospital and healthcare segregation, which I know many of us have either read about, studied, experienced ourselves, et cetera. And I think the trends also at the federal level remain, worth lifting up and worth talking about. I think the area that comes to mind for me in particular is just in the spring of 2020, of course, one of the first federal packages, the way that the funds were distributed to hospitals in one of the early packages for coronavirus relief was based on Medicare business rather than Medicaid business, and led to hospitals that had larger Medicare populations receiving far more funds than hospitals who tend to operate much more on the fringe in terms of financial sustainability, really being strained even further. And that was a federal policy decision under the prior administration. So I think a lot of those trends continue to be of concern and need to be elevated. And I think the financial viability of safety net hospitals remains, and the ongoing, healthcare and hospital segregation issues remain major challenges. So there's far more to say, but I'll stop there.
So we will come back to a few questions, particularly around trust that you mentioned and distrust in the medical system, as well as really coming back to that question that you had at the end, which is, how do we really think about what policies or infrastructure changes need to happen in order to support the healthcare system that we want to see? But before we get there, I wanted to just ask a specific question about the future of healthcare and what we see, particularly as it is framed around mental health. So, Dr. Kozlov, your work is extensive in sort of the not only the patient but also the healthcare provider experience in mental health. And I wondered if you would just comment a bit on what you see, not only today, like what do we see are some of the concerns around mental health and mental illness, but then what does the future look like?
Yeah, I think it's a you can choose to see this as glass half empty or glass half full. I think on the one hand, we're talking about mental health because the entire world experienced a mental health crisis when we went into lockdown, and anxiety levels are high and everyone's willing to talk about it because we all had a collective trauma. What I like is that we're seeing telehealth for mental health in ways that we always knew we needed to move towards, but we got forced to move their way faster. And this has great opportunity for access and equity issues because, you know, I don't need to be in the same geographic location as my clients anymore. So I can see people in rural settings. I can see people who don't normally have access to, you know, trained mental health providers. I really am hopeful and optimistic about that. There are still some policy issues there. Psychologists are not licensed nationally. They're licensed by the state, and state by state licensure laws vary tremendously such that I'm not eligible. You know, I've done training for years and years. I see patients, but because of the nature of some of my training, I'm not eligible in certain states. And that created a real barrier to mental health care access into that really good care throughout the continuum, because during COVID, my New York and New Jersey based patients moved back home to Minnesota, moved to Florida, right? Moved all over the country. And if I'm not licensed in those states, and therefore I couldn't see them anymore, which provided a real barrier to care. So I'd like to see more advocacy on creating a more national system, given that our country is more mobile, geographically mobile than ever, thanks to some of the telecommuting and telehealth advances during the pandemic. On the other side, importantly and necessarily, physical health became the one and only priority in a lot of hospitals who are, you know, handling a medical crisis event. And I think, I can't say for sure, but I think we saw a lot of mental health integration in the hospital not happening because it was not, you know, everyone was so taxed, everyone was spread so thin. Understandably, mental health kind of faded to the background in that acute care setting, whereas we used to see a lot of mental health integration in those acute care settings. But anyone who didn't need to be physically there wasn't physically there, which is the right move, not complaining. That being said, I think there might be a little bit of an uphill battle as we emerge out of this to really remember that mental health integration into the medical system is essential for healthcare, and it's good practice. It helps reduce costs. It prevents rehospitalizations. Depression and anxiety are often exacerbators of medical illness and exacerbators of healthcare utilization. So while I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities for telemental health moving forward, I think we also need to be sure that we don't lose sight of, you know, kind of the mental health, medical health parity that really helps our patients with their wellness and their health goals.
So perhaps I could just stay on that topic just a little bit longer. And I'd like to throw it over to you, Dr. Hua, given your sort of firsthand experience. I know you were an intern during the first wave of COVID. And, you know, I think some of the, there's a growing literature looking at the number of healthcare workers exiting the industry. And I think we all have really understood and seen the level of fatigue that people have had, given the fact that we are now about 2 years into this pandemic and not with a clear end in sight. So this is a two-pronged question. One, I would just love to hear from your firsthand experience. You know, what from a mental health perspective can we think about when people are at the, you know, on the front lines, and what was your experience with that? What are things we could have done better? And then this is for you and then everyone. How do we keep the conversation around these pivotal issues? How do we keep it fresh? How do we keep people engaged when we are confronted with such provider fatigue? When we are confronted with people who, you know, the statistics of nearly 700,000 Americans who have lost their lives in the 18 months of the pandemic, these numbers just don't compute any longer. So first, Dr. Huad, tell us a little bit about your experience, and then also, bridging into for everyone, how can we keep this conversation alive? How do we keep it fresh? And how do we support people to continue to have these conversations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So for two things to kind of caveat my response. One is that I'm no longer an intern at the Mount Sinai Hospital, and I actually decided to resign prior to COVID, although I formed the program around the same time that the magnitude was just becoming clear of what was to come. But part of my decision to leave healthcare had little to do with COVID, although COVID reaffirmed my decision in many respects. And namely, I felt like I was not necessarily being an instrument in a capacity that I thought was, to me, ethically and morally acceptable by working within a healthcare system that, practiced in ways that were not equitable in sort of palpable ways that I felt like I was a part of. I felt like there were better ways for me personally and professionally to sort of engage with reforming the system by working at more upstream at the level of policy. And this is what I'm stumbled upon really at this point. I'm very happy with working in public health at the moment. So to sort of treat that as separate, although it's certainly connected, I would say, with, seeing the toll that COVID had on this country and how just utterly unprepared it was as a public health system to deal with this assault, and kind of within sort of the last 6 months of my internship, feeling actually more empowered than I have been for the rest of it to address this issue and bring it out to light. And it's can no longer be ignored. And I sort of can't really speak on behalf of my fellow residents, but I do recall that for instance, we organized a protest at the beginning of June, frontlines of healthcare workers marching out on the street in protest to the police killing of George Floyd, right? And events like that kind of made us feel like what we were engaged in was not just the day-to-day grind of clinical medicine, which sometimes feel like it's a Sisyphean task to many of us. And I think that has incurred a toll on provider mental health, on burnout, and so on and so forth, with or without COVID. So now that I'm no longer working in clinical medicine, I cannot say that initial period of feeling like, renewed purpose, we can organize, we can improve the system, has lasted, right? So I think that after the first surge, a lot of the policies that our institutions put in place to improve our mental health. For instance, for a period of time, we were on a 7-day on, 7-day off schedule, which was in part to monitor for symptoms and build in this mandatory quarantine period. And I think several other residency programs also adopted the system. Was no longer in effect by May or June, right? And so when successive waves of COVID came, I think some of the earlier measures that both had a mental health and a public health / infection prevention rationale were adopted far less frequently. So I think the fact that this has drawn out and continues to draw out, the vaccine was sort of like the single highlight, but then I think for a lot of my colleagues who are still in the trenches on the front lines, the sense of just helplessness is certainly palpable. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I answered your question completely, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, I am a practicing internist and was seeing patients and have continued to see patients, and it's, I think you can feel that there is, as you said, there's a palpable difference in how the healthcare system feels. And I think a lot of that is generated by, there was this sort of renewed hope around the vaccine, as though for many this was a cure-all. And I think it is still, as we were hearing in the prior session, phenomenally effective. And if I could put a plug in, everyone listening, get vaccinated if you're not vaccinated. But I think we still are in the midst, and as you all have mentioned, we don't know yet exactly what the effects are going to be of COVID-19, both on the healthcare industry, on the country, globally. Some will end up with potentially infrastructure or public policy changes for the better, but how do we really think about what are some of the glass half empty things that we need to focus on? So perhaps I could ask the other three panelists, how do we keep this conversation alive? So how do we keep the conversation frontward focused and sort of moving towards improvement when we know that people are really dealing with fatigue on many levels?
We have to see some palpable change. I started my career in the 80s at the onset of the AIDS epidemic that ravaged central Brooklyn and other minority populations. And here I am 30 years later, watching another pandemic ravage the same population. And I have to say, as I think I'm the old man, or I'm not the old woman, obviously, on this panel here, but as the sort of the elder person here, I'm a little bit disappointed that we're at this stage, and I haven't really seen the provision of adequate resources in the healthcare system to give equitable care to people in minority communities. And we've gone through this again, and it's frustrating, just frustrating. And I think if something's going to come out of this, we have to ask, if not demand, changes now. The place where I work at Downstate on one side of Clarkson Avenue was deemed by the governor to become a COVID-only hospital. And we work in an aging facility that has many deficiencies relative to healthcare provision in 2021. And here we are 2 years later, and I haven't seen a lick of investment in upgrading any of the infrastructure, the things that put people potentially at risk. Now I know we're sort of struggling out of this pit in some ways, but if there was something I'd like to see from policy leaders, from political leadership, I'd like to see more investment in infrastructure, and instead of, as has been mentioned before, the decrease in available resources, especially in communities like the one I serve. So I think it's time to see something real on the ground. That's my feeling about it.
Yeah, I would agree strongly with that. And I think we're going to continue to see many clinicians make the challenging and brave decision that Dr. Hua made, because it's, as has been described, the system is really, whether we want to admit it or not, stretched to its limits and on the verge. The two quick thoughts I just wanted to add to this part of the conversation, I think the same thing is happening on the public health side, and I'm sure many of you have seen it. When you look at the public health pipeline, similarly, not only have hundreds of public health officials left their offices because of both political pressures and other pressures from community over the past 20 months or so of this pandemic, but in addition to that, the CDC recently surveyed public health professionals specifically to understand the impact, the mental health impact, and stress and anxiety impacts from public health staffers across the country attempting to respond and mitigate. And it was, perhaps not shocking, but over half of the folks surveyed, and this was a large sample, I want to say 26,000 public health professionals across the country, reported, significant signs and symptoms of stress and anxiety and PTSD amongst other symptoms. And so that is what the next several years look like. We're not sure, but it's certainly not going to go away, right? And so what the ongoing stresses in the public health profession also mean for all of this, I think, are very important. And then the second, I just want to underline, Dr. Leo Eisenstein, who's a colleague of mine, wrote a piece a few years ago that specifically said, to fight burnout, sorry for the cat again, to fight burnout, organize. And I think you get you should read it if you haven't seen it. But I think it really gets at the fact that, yoga classes, or I don't want to minimize, but things like, your hospital paying for you to have to go out to dinner, or to do an online yoga class. It's not to say those things are meaningless. It is to say they don't get at the root cause of the problem, to Dr. Augenbraun's point and to Dr. Hua's point. And so things that are really short-term solutions to burnout, and to essentially, the system asking us to do more than is fair to us and our patients, are not going to get us the new system that we need to ensure both the humanity of our patients and the humanity of us as providers. But to fight burnout, Organized says it far more eloquently than I did. I'll put the link in the chat.
I think we all have to get cats to fight burnout.
That's my main stress relief mechanism.
I will just add, I work with industry from time to time, and I have a lot of friends in industry, and the way that big business and industries treated their employees during the pandemic was beautiful. They were sending care packages. They gave summer Fridays off until January. They have generous leave policies. And I appreciate that that is not always possible in healthcare. I get that it's a different job with different demands, but surely there's a way to feel cared about, because I think that's also where a lot of the vaccine hesitancy among nurses and other health providers came from, was, you didn't care enough about us at the beginning to give us proper PPE. Like, why would we trust that this is safe now? I don't know how many healthcare workers, healthcare providers feel cared about by their institution. Whereas I think that a lot, especially in tech, the way that they recruit people is, come work for us. We're a family. We have fun together. We do all these things. And that's just not a part of the culture of medicine or healthcare. So, the other thing I want to just give a plug for is, when it comes to burnout, I think that the Nagoski sisters, there's two PhD sisters who wrote a book on burnout, the Nagoski sisters, and they approached it from an anthropological perspective as well as more of a practical advice perspective. And it really transformed my practice and how I think about burnout, which is essentially that we are not meant to be in chronic stress situations indefinitely. Our bodies, our brains, we know exactly what to do in an acute stressor. We get the adrenaline surge, we get a relief, and a lot of that evolutionarily, you can think about it as if you run away from, a predator at the end of the highly stressful event, one of two things happens. You've either run away successfully and you celebrate, or you got eaten and you're done. We kind of need to find ways to mimic the same relief that happens when you escape the predator. So this is what, I don't usually push physical exercise, because if you're not an exerciser, exercise is not going to feel good to you all of a sudden if you've never done it before. But getting your heart rate up kind of mimics that running away from a predator, that adrenaline rush, to help you get some relief. If that's not your bag of tea, then try a hot shower or something that makes you laugh. Like, you just need to change. And thank you for putting the link in the chat, Danielle. There needs to be something that demarks the end of a stressful day, even if it's a continuous stressor, to help your body cycle through its natural progression to prevent that long-term chronic stressor without any resolution each and every day.
So many things to touch on there, and I think two things that I'd like to pull out from many of the things that you've said. One, I'm going to say, we'll come back to that conversation about trust and distrust. I already mentioned that we would, but every time you guys speak, I have something else that flags. So then I'm like, well, let's talk about this next. And I can't help but pick on and pick up the thread around culture. And so when we start to think about the culture of medicine and the culture of healthcare, well, what is that culture, and how do we help redefine it so that it now is supportive of our healthcare providers? And so in particular, how do we think about what have we learned from the past 2 years? And how do we actually constructively think about the ways in which our physicians, our nurses, our physicians assistants are engaging with the healthcare system in a supportive way? So what are some ideas or thoughts that you all have about how we can redesign that system to really change and support a culture that is as welcoming as and inviting and is a family? So I think Dr. Agamram, you unmuted, so I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yeah, I think that in some ways, my small thoughts on this is that physicians and health professionals have abdicated too much responsibility for the system to business. And that, I mean, look at the way that the system is set up in the New York metropolitan area. You have these gigantic heavy hitters, gobbling up small hospitals that used to serve communities. And I think physicians have abdicated running healthcare to people whose orientation is not towards the provision of healthcare, or their priorities are not. And I think one of the things we have to do is we have to take back the system to some extent, because, it's our attitude to take care of our patients. I can tell you from a personal standpoint, it's my attitude to take care of my trainees, the people that work for me. And we are really going to be the only people that are going to really honestly be able to provide the right things to trainees and patients. I don't think we can expect people in the C-suite, honestly, no matter what they say, to have in their minds the best interest, again, of trainees and patients. It's really the physician's responsibility. We have to somehow get back to that. I don't know how that happens. That's a massive battle in some ways, but I think that's a big part of it.
I see everyone nodding along, so I'm just going to ask specifically, Dr. Morse, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it's a very complex question and a very important one. And, having seen many of my friends and colleagues, especially Black women, leave academic medicine over recent years, or be in academic medicine and be treated very disrespectfully publicly. And, Dr. Aisha Khoury is just one example at Kaiser Medical School in Southern California. There are countless others. Those are the things that I think sometimes we might see and observe and then not connect to a culture of, quite frankly, institutional racism and interpersonal racism, and not acknowledge actually that those dynamics, and it's not just racism, of course, it is also, of course, gender oppression and homophobia, amongst many, many other dynamics. That those are the dynamics that are not just happening outside in society, but they're happening within our clinics and within our hospitals, within our training programs. And being able to connect that thread of kind of those even more jarring and painful and appalling public examples like Dr. Khoury, again, amongst others, to what's actually happening within the spaces that we might be in. I think if leadership in particular of hospitals and clinics and healthcare delivery institutions, as well as public health institutions, are not able to make that connection, we are going to continue to have the same problem, both of, 2% of doctors being Black, 2 decades from now, for example, amongst many others, if we're not really able to connect those threads and then see it as a problem that we have to undertake in terms of culture change in a way that's safe, particularly for faculty and trainees of color, but for other groups as well. So I think it really gets at the root of the kind of the ethics of our profession in so many ways, and really gets at both the visionary and also challenging kind of scope of our work that is really, I guess I would just say, underappreciated and under intervened upon, and acknowledge that kind of things like implicit bias and kind of inclusion exercises are not getting there. So that's not really an answer. It's more like a frustration. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, completely understand. I think these are necessarily challenging questions because this is, and I'll really be honest, healthcare is not an easy industry. I think the goal of what we do has always been to take care of people. And, you know, I think sometimes, and as Dr. Alkenbrom has mentioned, it is possible that you get sort of every time and every step you're removed from the bedside and from that clinical encounter, it leads to just another area in which there are other influences that can change the way in which you deliver the care. One thing that I have continued to do in all of my career, and I hope that I will be able to continue doing this, is to continue to see patients. Because when you are at the bedside, when you are engaged in care, you get to see firsthand what some of the challenges are. And then, just as many of you have mentioned, you're able to understand some of the frustrations. And you can think about, well, how can we redesign a system that supports people because you had that personal experience? And so I think some of this is that, you know, if we start to think about healthcare as for what it was designed for, to take care of people, to take care of all of us, both our patients, our communities, and the people that are providing and delivering the care, we start to think about it a little bit differently. So again, I don't have any solutions to these big questions either, but I think someone mentioned in the chat, conversations like this, sessions like this, conferences like this, where we're starting to generate these conversations and we're starting to really challenge people's thinking around what the system is, and to name it. Like, what is the system? Like, who owns that? Who pulls those levers? And how can we start to change things? I think those are pivotal and those are incredibly important. So, you know, just to sort of, I mean, we're not going to finish that topic ever, but just to kind of put a little bit of a close on this particular topic, any advice? So Dr. Hua, I know that you've done, and you actually mentioned, I think it's Physicians for National Health program. And I know a number of my colleagues are also very much engaged in that program. So any advice for people that are interested in advocacy or interested in how they can become a part of a movement towards change? What would be your recommendations for the people listening today? How do you get involved?
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one barrier for trainees is availability of time, right? So I sort of full disclosure, I really wasn't that active until COVID hit. And then, you know, it's like squeezing time when I'm on night shift, it's sort of like stealing time, you know, to sort of update my blog and to write and to engage, you know, network with people who might be fellow co-conspirators if there's something you really want to accomplish in terms of an advocacy goal. So that was certainly my experience sort of while I was still a resident. It's very difficult to squeeze time out of your day to do this. However, afterwards, when I had nothing but time to sort of get engaged, what you discover remarkably is that the opportunities are endless, right? So there are so many organizations, especially in New York. You know, one a longtime health activist likes to say that New York is over-organized, right? You're almost stepping over each other and trying to start campaigns and organize demonstrations. So you know, and the culture of activism is sort of definitionally flat. So, you know, you don't encounter other circles in which you really don't have to. It's really your desire to get involved that's your ticket in, right? You know, the opportunities are endless, and I have encountered residents, trainees who are super involved. Some of them started the a campaign to end segregated care across New York City hospitals. I think you know, some of you must be familiar with the lead activists in that effort. Cameron Clark, Adriana Pero, and many, many more. So I think, you know, within your institutions, I'm sure it's not terribly difficult to identify like-minded people. I think we're all here having succeeded at that. And then reaching out, I mean, just a plug for New York Doctors Coalition. We meet Sunday nights at 8 p.m. So not the most convenient time, but you know, if you want to get involved, reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat. And there are endless ways. And, you know, we usually try to invite community groups because I find that physicians are most effective when we're beating to the drum of community activists and seeing how we can help out.
Can I make one other observation? Since we're thinking about sort of structural problems, one of the things that occurs to me that I've been witness to is all this vaccine hesitancy in my community. And it occurs to me that people are seeking and getting information, medical information, from bad places. And that in the old days, maybe this was true, maybe it wasn't true, you got your medical information from your doctor. And I think a lot of people don't have access to a doctor. They go to specialists for all certain things. So the whole system is incentivized in the wrong way. And, but I've been privy to conversations about enhancing reimbursement, for example, to primary care for decades, and I haven't seen a damn lick of change in all that time. That's something I think we should fight for. I think that would make a difference. That would be a very positive change to come about as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
So go ahead, Dr. Kozlov.
I was also just going to put in a plug for additional training, and maybe this is my own bias, but I sit at a school of public health, and we try as hard as we can to get people at Rutgers to do a joint MD-MPH program. And there's a lot of support for that, especially among the hospitals who the head of research at RWJ Barnabas recently said to me, if we're just providing clinical care, we're not doing our job as the largest health providing network in New Jersey. And I loved that. And so he's trying to think through how to get more MPH trained doctors to think about these issues from a multifaceted standpoint, and full disclosure, I'm not an MD. I can't really speak exactly to your training program, but I've always thought, from hearing from friends and working in hospitals, that the way that MDs are trained is inhumane. It is a wellness, right? Like, you're a healthcare provider who's being asked to do hands down the least healthy behaviors I have ever seen in my entire life. I just don't understand why it has to be that way. I understand that we need 24/7 patient care. I get that, but I don't understand why someone has to work all nights for a month and completely reverse their circadian rhythms, have no access to their friends and their support systems. I don't understand why these practices have carried on from generation to generation, other than, well, it's what we did, so it's what you need to do. Unless someone can tell me that there's like a real reason why this is the way it has to be, I just have a hard time believing that this is a healthy practice for anyone.
So I think that brings up a lot of, as someone who did go through a pretty rigorous training program, I remember exactly what you're talking about. More recently than I probably should have, of working to the ends of your capabilities. And I think that, again, as we start to really think about, well, what is the system, and how do we raise the voices of people who are both within it and have also experienced it? So, I think I saw Dr. Morse nodding her head when Dr. Kozlov, you mentioned that other than, that this has always been how it was done. And so I think that is always a moment for pause and reflection to say, well, just because it's always been done that way doesn't necessarily mean that's the right approach. And something I'll take definitely, and Dr. Kozlov, from what you've mentioned today, is this idea that we're putting people in chronic stress situations without ever a sense of relief. So you never have that heart rate that comes back down. You still have that chronic stress level. And so again, how do we think about training, education, and the development of a healthcare system where we allow for respite for our workers so that they can re-engage just as fully as they had been when they left? So Dr. Augenbaum, you brought up, oh no, Dr. Kozlov, go. I don't want to cut you off.
I was just going to say, mental health providers, when I was training, part of my training was, and how do you carry the load? What are you going to do to make sure that you can sit and listen to people's traumas and horrible depression? And right, like it is hard work to sit in a room for hours each day, listening to people's hardest things. And we got training on how to do that. I don't know that that is ubiquitous in medicine training. I know that in some fields it probably is, but when we ask the impossible out of people, we need to at least give them some supports to help them stay afloat, because burnout will be inevitable, and that is not good for not only individuals. If we want to talk about the system here, hiring new doctors every 10, 15 years because you're losing tons to burnout, it doesn't help anyone. It's not good for the bottom line either.
So a couple of times we've spoken about and have talked about trust, and both distrust and mistrust in the medical system. I'd like to bring us back to that conversation. And I think, Dr. Augenbaum, you brought it up when we were thinking about vaccine hesitancy. And so I'd just like to ask all of our panelists, we've heard a lot about vaccine hesitancy. We've thought a lot about how we build trust in our communities and with our patients. But I wonder if you could each share with me how you think about it, how you think about how we should, or how do we demonstrate the trust, and how do we actually engage our communities and our patients around vaccines? But I would also just stretch this further and say within medicine, like how do we really re-engage and build trust with our communities?
I can jump in with some initial thoughts, although I would love to spend a whole another hour just talking about the topic we were just on about more humane training for the healthcare providers. But just briefly, I think the frame shift of like how do we build trust to how can we be more trustworthy, I think is the right frame. I think there are a lot of questions about how trustworthy we are in general as a healthcare delivery system / public health system. And I think that all of us are trying to chip away at that work, right? Because it's generational, right? It's not work that happens tomorrow. It's work that happens over lifetimes. But I think, in my opinion, part of the way that we can be more trustworthy is to be honest and transparent when we get it wrong. And quite frankly, I don't think we do a good job of that. I really think that we have more work to do in that realm. And part of what I was doing at Brigham and Women's Hospital before coming to the health department was really looking at when we do have examples of institutional racism, like heart failure care at Brigham and Women's Hospital, how do we actually talk to the communities that we serve about that instance of us not being our best as an institution? How do we speak about it honestly? And then how do we make sure that there is actually closure? And that the closure is not just verbal closure, that it's actual meaningful material redress of whatever the institutional inequity was. And so I just would encourage us to think about how we do that at a systems level and scale it. But I think often what we hear is, well, that actually, is potentially harmful to us as an institution to acknowledge when we're not our best. And yet I think that is part of the reason why there's a concern about trustworthiness. So anyways, I think that there have to be ways for us to do that better.
I think this is an important and a tricky question, because if there were ample time, then you could take the time to really listen and build rapport and sit with a patient and make them feel heard and understood, which is how we build trust. But when you are running an hour and a half late because your system has booked you an impossible number of patients to see in a day, it's almost like we are disincentivized. Exactly. We're disincentivized from spending the amount of time that is required with our patients to actually get the trust. And so instead of listening and coming up with a tailored response, there's a lot of, this is what you need to do. You need to do this. You need to do that. You have this, you have that, in and out in under 15 minutes, ideally. And I don't think that is like, the word trust doesn't exist when you feel like you're just a check mark on someone's to-do list. And I don't know how you can maximize a 5 to 15 minute appointment in a meaningful way if we don't fix, there's no time. There's just no time unless we really innovate on how to build trust before the 5 to 15 minute appointment. But if we're saying, how do we build trust in a 15-minute appointment? I don't see that really being a meaningful opportunity.
Yeah, fragmented care does not contribute to that at all. I have a lot of patients that I take care of in a primary care HIV clinic, and I've been following some of them for decades. And I've had a number of meaningful conversations with them around vaccines. And I think I get through to some of them only because I'm a consistent and trusted voice. You know, if your healthcare is fragmented and you don't see the same person every time, why would you necessarily believe the person who's providing that message to you? It's in some ways an insurmountable task. And it's not, you know, it's not simply about healthcare. There are no really trusted authority figures in our society anymore. So that's a hard mountain to climb, you know, and I think you can only address that with good, long-term, consistent relationships. And we don't have it in the system right now.
So we are almost running up on time, but I wanted to just sort of, I think, bring together a few of the ideas that I've heard from all of our panelists today. And that's the importance of transparency, of accountability, of ensuring that we're delivering person-centric care, both person as our patient, but then also as a provider. How do we think about how we create systems that both incentivize and support people to deliver the care that we know as humans that we should be able to give, that we went into medicine to be able to deliver. And I think one really important thing that we are talking about all of today, and particularly in this conversation, is that we're really thinking about how does the voices of those within medicine help to guide and shape the future of the healthcare system? How can we elevate some of the challenges that we see? How can we help to really create a system that is, again, as I said, is incentivized to provide the care to our communities and help to support and lay the infrastructure for the trust that we need to develop? So with that, the prior session closed with a quote. So I decided that on the fly, I would bring up my favorite quote. For anyone that emails me, you know that this is on the bottom of every one of my emails. And this is from Amanda Gorman. And it is, "For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." And I think that everyone here is brave enough to see it and brave enough to be it. We all just have to make sure that we're working together to really change and create a system. Love you, babe. I'm going to... I think someone is capitalizing what I've just said with some additional commentary. But I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us on what is a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It was a riveting conversation. I know I had to cut off some of the conversation a little bit short in areas that we could have spent days talking about many of these topics. So thank you so much. Thank you for your honesty, your transparency, and for your empathy. So, and with that, we're at the hour. So I hope everyone has a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a wonderful panel. So we'll be taking a 5-minute break, and then we'll be coming back for our afternoon keynote.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. I would just like to introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon, Dr. Chinazo Cunningham. So Dr. Chinazo Cunningham is executive deputy commissioner of the mental hygiene in the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, where she oversees mental health, substance use, health promotion for justice impacted populations, and developmental disabilities. She's a physician board certified in internal medicine and addiction medicine, and has spent over 20 years providing care, developing programs, and conducting research with people who use drugs. For decades, she has also collaborated with community-based harm reduction organizations. Her research has focused on improving access to care, utilizing of healthcare services and health outcomes. Dr. Cunningham has authored over 130 peer-reviewed manuscripts and has been the principal investigator on numerous federally funded grants, and has been recognized by local and national mentoring awards. Dr. Cunningham has also served on and chaired numerous local and national advisory committees, guideline committees, and grant review study sections. She and her work have also been featured on several major media outlets. I would like to welcome Dr. Cunningham.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, great. Can I share my screen? It's okay.
Yes, you should be able to.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you can see that? Great.
Yes.
So thank you so much. I'm happy to be here on this really lovely day and to be speaking with all of you. I'm going to sort of share with you my personal journey during my career. So my personal story of advocacy in medicine. So this is a graph of HIV in New York City from the 1980s through 2016. And the red line shows AIDS diagnoses. The green line is HIV-related deaths. And then the bars are those living with HIV and with AIDS. So when I was in medical school in San Francisco, this is what the world looked like to me. The number of people who were dying of HIV, really what I decided to do in my life. Is you can also see that after medical school, when I was in training, the deaths related to HIV dramatically decreased and have remained decreased. Now we know that HIV is no longer a fatal disease, but a chronic disease. The problem, as many of you know, is that these advances in medications and in medical treatment in general are not easily accessible for everybody. And so when I began working at the Medicine Center and recognized that the patients that I was treating didn't have access to the same kind of life-saving treatment than others did. So what did I do? So I worked with Citywide Harm Reduction. It's a community-based organization that was located about a mile away from my clinic in the South Bronx. And it's an organization that serves people who have HIV, who use drugs, and who are homeless. And we created a program called the Health Services Program, which was a joint program between Montefiore Medical Center and Citywide Harm Reduction. And we went into hotel rooms, single room occupancy hotels, also known as SRO hotels, in which people who were homeless and had HIV and used drugs were housed. This is in the Bronx and in Harlem. We literally went door to door doing outreach to see if people needed services and they needed medical care. And then we conducted research to evaluate our programs to make sure that we were really addressing the needs as best as we could. Based on the work that I was doing there, we published many studies that examined really how to deliver care outside of the typical walls of a healthcare center, how to collaborate with harm reduction organizations, and really just how to best provide care. And some of this work then went on to guide some of the treatment programs in New York City and across the country. while HIV was happening, this is also what was going on in the United States. This is a curve of overdose deaths from 1980s through 2016. And so during this time, when I was in my first 5 years at Montefiore, buprenorphine was FDA approved for the treatment of opioid use disorder. And this was a game changer because never in this country were we able to actually provide treatment for opioid use disorder outside of sort of drug treatment programs. Now buprenorphine gave us this opportunity to bring the treatment of addiction into mainstream medicine, into primary care. So that's what we did. We started a buprenorphine treatment program at a federally qualified health center. And at the time, this was in the 1995, we were among the first in the country to really provide addiction treatment in primary care. Over the first 10 years, we treated nearly 1,000 patients. We started very small. It was just myself and 2 of my colleagues. And then over time, we really got other people on board. And this is a picture of all of the attending physicians at the clinic, at my clinic, who then prescribed buprenorphine, so really provided addiction treatment. And then over these years, we also trained hundreds of physicians to go out into the world and provide addiction treatment in primary care. Fast forward even further, we now went from having 1 clinic of 3 doctors to having 6 clinics across the Bronx and 1 clinic in a community-based organization to really address the needs of the community as people were dying more and more of opioid-related harms. You know, we were really trying to improve access to effective life-saving treatment. Again, we conducted research thinking about how we can better provide care, really sharing our experiences with the rest of the country on how to integrate buprenorphine treatment into primary care, and really pushing some of the national guidelines that were very conservative so that we could really expand treatment and really think about how we provide treatment. So much of the research in our country really focuses on the individuals, what they need to do better. And not enough research focuses on what we in the healthcare system need to do better. So fast forward even further. As you all know, more people continue to die of overdose deaths. However, in New York State, in 2016 began the new possibilities of providing medical cannabis. And this is a map. States in the dark green are those states that have legal medical cannabis for recreational cannabis, and the ones in light green have legalized medical cannabis. And basically what you can see here is that, you know, this is happening in most of our country. Again, what we also know is that cannabis has harmed communities of color, and the people who are benefiting most from legalized cannabis are not those who have been harmed, right? Black people are getting arrested at much higher rates than anybody else, but white people are the people who have access to legalized cannabis. That's a problem, clearly. So to address this, my colleagues and I created Montefiore's medical cannabis program, which was established in 2017 and has 16 physicians where we've certified over 3,000 patients. Similar to the way that we provided buprenorphine treatment, it's integrated in primary care and in 4 clinics across the Bronx. And similar to my other work, really conducted research here to focus on what is the relationship with medical cannabis and opioids, and really focusing on those who I was serving, people of color, people who were poor, who don't have typically access to the newer innovations in medicine. And finally, bringing us to COVID-19. So I was working in the Bronx and started working in the hospitals at the end of March of 2020 to take care of people with COVID. So I don't know if you can remember back into these early days, right? It's been 1.5 years now, but this was the time when I think, you know, we had no PPE. I think doctors, nurses, we thought we were going to die. We thought we were going to bring home the infection to our families and kill them. This was an experience that, again, was really sort of life changing for me. And this was really one of the worst days of my career as a physician over 25 years. At the same time, we knew that this country was reckoning with all of the racism that has been present for decades and centuries. And really at this time, seeing how we as physicians, healthcare providers need to raise our voices to really claim racism as a public health crisis. So through my experiences, I've definitely seen that racism and inequality are baked into the healthcare system, into our healthcare policies, and into society. I personally have seen that through the lens of HIV, through the lens of opioid use disorder, through legalized cannabis, and certainly through COVID-19. However, obviously we know that there are many other conditions in which this is also the case. I also see my MD as being a position of privilege and power. And with that privilege and power, I see my role as a physician is to advocate for the health of patients and communities that I serve. Initially, that was in the Bronx when I was at Montefiore and Einstein, and now having recently transitioned to the New York City Department of Health to really serve all New Yorkers. And we have many tools in our toolbox. For me, I developed programs to serve those who wouldn't necessarily have access to, specific kinds of treatment. I also conduct research, again, making the point of inequities and potential solutions to those inequities, using our voices, right, to talk at talks, to write op-eds, and of course, collaborating with community members as centering their voices are key. And finally, none of this work is ever done alone, right? It absolutely takes a village. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of my experiences and lessons learned.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and for sharing your experience and all the insights that you've had throughout your career. We really appreciate the time that you spent. I'm just checking to see if we have any questions for you, if you have just a couple of more moments to spare. But one of the ones that we would really love to hear you talk about is, so your last remark was it takes a village. As students, where should we begin? Where should we begin building our village?
Yeah, so a lot of my relationships actually started with people when they were medical students. I mean, I have colleagues who I have known, for 20 years, 15 years. And I think that, those who clearly demonstrate their interest in advocating and doing this kind of work, it's a pretty small world. I would say seek out mentors, seek out colleagues who are doing something similar. And, the world is a small world. It's a very small world. So the number of people that, ultimately I now have come back and worked with, had taken a course with me when they were a fourth year medical student, had interviewed with me when they were along the, applying for residency programs, had interviewed me when they were fellows. And, each time along the way, I would say, like, you should really come here and work with us. And, that might not happen, but ultimately the path is, the path is pretty clear and the world is pretty small, so that in some way and that like the world keeps bringing us back together to do this kind of work. So, I think it's really important to knock on doors, send out those cold call emails, tell people you're interested. There's nothing more flattering than somebody telling me how interested they are in the work that I do, right? I mean, that's like, I'd love to hear that because I've spent 20 years thinking about all these things. And when other people say, I want to do this work too, I want to, I'm interested in it too, it's very flattering. So put yourself out there. I know sometimes that's hard, but the world is small and, the dots get connected pretty quickly.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And then one other question we had is, from all of your experience, your clinical work, your research, your community work, has there been something that has really stood out to you as a surprise? What's been something that you have found to be very surprising in your work?
Yeah, so what I would say is it's all a surprise, frankly, right? So here's the thing. My path was not linear. Nope. I mean, if you asked me what in medical school, what I would be doing now, there's no way that I could tell you what I would be doing now. I think the really important thing is, and a lot of that is because if you think about it, when I was in medical school, the thought of cannabis being legalized, the thought of COVID-19, the thought of buprenorphine, which didn't exist, right? You cannot predict that. You just can't predict that. And so I think that it's so important to see the world around you, see what is needed in the communities that you serve, see what the issues are, and figure out how you can address those. And that's really just, for me, it was an evolution based on what was happening in the world and what was happening in the communities that I was serving, right? And so it's not linear. It's based on the changes in the landscape. And I think it's so important to be open to that, right? What I hear sometimes from medical students is, I know what I want to do over the next 20 years. I'm going to open up my own clinic and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And I'm like, whoa, that. And I mean, that's great. But part of it is if you're so focused, you're going to have blinders on. And so then you're not going to have, when opportunities arise, when the world changes, you're going to have such tunnel vision that you won't see that. And so it's really about constantly assessing what's happening, what we need to do better, and being open to opportunities. So none of this there's no master plan here. There's no master plan. And I think sometimes people are really happy to hear that because you might not have a master plan, and I would say you shouldn't necessarily, but having an idea of the kind of work that you want to do, right? And then sort of letting the rest sort of come at you and see, depending on where the need is.
That is amazing and beautiful. Thank you for sharing that perspective on not necessarily having that master plan ready to go right now, because I know myself and many other students, we have an idea of what's going on, and then all the other times we have no idea what's going on. So thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you for being here. We really appreciate you sharing your time, Dr. Cunningham, and really being able to hear all about the work that you do.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
With that, we are transitioning to our closing of this portion of the conference. So we want to just say hello and thank you again. Thank you so much for joining us today to learn from experts about the impact of COVID-19 in the long term. We've had two exceptional keynotes share their insights and work, an extraordinary panel who provided us with details to think about change, and two workshops that provided practice skills in addressing individual burnout and vaccine hesitancy. We appreciate you spending today with us and look forward to seeing your work addressing COVID-19 and health equity as a whole. As co-leads, Shane and I want to thank our speakers for their time, the NYAM team for their support, and our committee for their work. And as Shane is off to residency very soon, I'd like to share that this conference and the committee as a whole would not be where it is today without his time and dedication these past years. I would not have known to join had I not attended one of the NYAM events in which he was a presenter. So thank you for working on all of these projects. This work has accumulated under your dedication and leadership. With that, thank you everyone again for being here. We hope this is your jumping off point for advocacy. We will now be transitioning to our last segment, the student presentations. These hardworking students submitted their research regarding health equity, and we will now be able to hear about their work personally. Thank you, and we're going to go ahead and transition to that, so just give us a couple of seconds to get that going. Okay, we have about just one more minute, and then we'll go ahead and get started with the student presentations. Okay, we are ready. So whenever you are good, go ahead and get started.
Excellent. Hi, everyone, and thanks for being here today. I hope that you can all hear me properly, and if you have any trouble, just let me know because I'm traveling. But I was really excited about this conference and the topics that were being covered, so I wanted to make sure that I could present some of the work that I did this past summer. The gist of my work, and there's a lot of words on this slide, but what's important to know is that the gist of my work surrounds unmet social needs in health populations. And so in our patient populations, we know that they have a dynamic set of social needs, and some of those are met and some of those are unmet. And the realm of social needs include everything from transportation, utilities, food security, house security, and safety from interpersonal violence. And so those are the domains we were really interested in. And what we know is that healthcare organizations have, at the systems level, an opportunity to understand how their patients are experiencing unmet social needs. But we don't know if they're doing them, and we don't know what effect that has on outcomes. We know that there is a connection between unmet social needs and poorer health outcomes, generally speaking, but the connection between unmet social needs and surgical outcomes still remains to be discovered. And so the purpose of our study is to conduct a very systematic scoping review to understand the extent of the association between unmet social needs in the realms that was previously discussed and their outcomes as they're related to surgical care. So we did a literature search and we looked at a number of different databases online and Google Scholar, and we were able to retrieve and deduplicate citations. Then we screened through those to better understand what is the relationship that is underscored in the literature between unmet social needs and surgical outcomes. Our key finding was really that the design of these research studies take on three morphologies. One is that they're a prevalence-based design. That means that they knew that their patients were having surgery and they knew they were experiencing unmet social needs. There was just a prevalence of unmet social needs in these patients. They also took on a correlational design, which means that they were experiencing poorer health outcomes after surgery because of unmet social needs. And finally, there was a causal relationship, which is that they were experiencing surgery because they had an unmet social need. The clearest example of this would be if you experienced interpersonal violence and then as a result of that had to have surgery. And so what we realized is that while there is literature about the relationship between unmet social needs and their impact on surgical outcomes, there's not a clear thread between how we can leverage this information for policy priorities and for future research. And so we're hoping that while we can use this as a starting point to sort of underscore and further develop the relationships that exist in the literature between unmet social needs and surgical outcomes, we want to be able to better systematize the scope of work because we can then use that sort of systematic approach to thinking about this relationship to impact policy, to impact the way that we approach patients in surgical settings and optimize them for the best outcomes after surgery. So I hope this was like a helpful brief on some of the work that we've been doing. Our next step is going to do a bit of a retrospective study on our own patient population to understand how their own experiences of unmet social needs impact both their subjective and objective surgical outcomes. So if you have any questions, please message me. Otherwise, really excited to hear from you all. Can you help me?
Hi, should I go next or should I wait to see if there are any questions? This is Cristina Menjivar talking.
You can go ahead and next, please. We're going to save all the questions for the end. Thank you.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present my work. My name is Cristina de Leon Menjivar, and I am a third-year PhD student in rhetoric at Old Dominion University in Virginia. My area of focus is the rhetoric of health and medicine, which essentially looks at how rhetoric functions in areas related to health and medicine, either clinical or non-clinical. I am particularly interested in autoimmune diseases and contested conditions, and the project I'm sharing with you today is called But You Don't Look Sick, Thyroid Disease Experiences Shared on Instagram, and it discusses the experience of patients with thyroid disease. Now I'll go ahead and read my abstract to give you a sense of the work. Studies about chronic illness and social media often treat chronic illness experiences as homogeneous. Understanding that each experience with illness is unique, this study focuses on how experiences with hypothyroidism are rhetorically constructed in online spaces, specifically on Instagram. Currently, hypothyroidism affects approximately 20 million Americans, and the use of Instagram as a platform allows for unique rhetorical constructions that reveal how thyroid patients understand themselves, their condition, and their standing in institutional settings. Using a phenomenological approach, I identified 5 public Instagram accounts owned and maintained by thyroid patient advocates who have influencer status. From these accounts, I analyzed 100 posts that specifically discuss major phenomena in the life of a thyroid patient, such as medical gaslighting and misdiagnoses. Phenomena were chosen based on existing literature, which identifies these themes as prominent issues in this community. The results indicate that patient advocates post about these experiences to not only empathize with patients, but also to show them that institutional and social obstacles can and should be addressed. The data also demonstrates that discussing these phenomena on a public platform can empower patients by establishing a community that educates them. The choice to use social media to present these messages to the thyroid community and the public is significant because it illustrates the desire for a mass audience to listen to these experiences. Furthermore, social media is also a way to create these messages outside of institutional barriers and rebuke. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Cristina. Next up, we have Mitchell Bayne from SUNY Downstate Medical College.
Hi, everyone. Just getting started. Okay, great. All right. So I will begin. So last year, when healthcare should have been guaranteed to all, seeing a doctor became an even bigger commodity. During the pandemic, 31 million Americans lost their job, while 31 million Americans lost their health insurance due to the loss of a job. This is because the majority of Americans are employed by a small business, and the majority of Americans receive their healthcare through their employer. But last year, due to the pandemic, half of them had to close their doors. But New York has a proposed solution to that guarantees universal coverage for all New Yorkers. It's the New York Health Act. The bill has passed the New York Assembly and has majority co-sponsorship in the Senate. The bill would sever insurance from employment. And studies have shown that small businesses pay an extraordinary amount in monthly premiums for their employees to have insurance. And most businesses would save money under the New York Health Act. Surprisingly, New York Chambers of Commerce are actively opposing the New York Health Act and spreading misinformation about the bill. So last summer at PNHP, I worked for them to figure out why this negative campaign was going on. So like I said, a major burden for small businesses is providing insurance to employees. So small businesses actually go to the Chamber of Commerce and whose mission it is to support the small businesses for guidance. And chambers, particularly in the upstate New York area, offer plans to their members. So this sounds beneficial at first, but we found out some concerning details and that these plans are often skinny plans with high deductibles. And also, the chamber employee who sells the insurance is actually a licensed broker. So after talking to these brokers that sell the insurance to the small businesses, I found out that this is not uncommon, that many chambers throughout the state have a salesperson for the insurance. So in effect, the chamber becomes an insurance broker. And when I looked at their public tax records, I found that these profits that they make from selling the insurance, the chambers actually get a commission. So it makes up a substantial portion of their annual revenue. And in the capital region, they actually own and operate a full-fledged for-profit licensed insurance agency. But actually, chambers of commerces are nonprofit entities. So in addition to receiving revenue from every plan sold, these chambers also get direct donations from the insurance companies, and these investments make up some of the largest that they have all year. We also found a huge structural conflict of interest, and executives from many insurance companies sit on the board of local chambers of commerce. So they're actually guiding their activities. So what we found shocking as well is that these same insurance executives who run the chambers of commerce create a formal lobbying group called the Realities of Single Payer. And they're testifying at legislative hearings, submitting legislative memos, and publishing op-eds in opposition to the New York Health Act. So what we saw is that these seemingly disparate entities were all tied together financially and structurally by corporate insurance to create a barrier that prevents workers from obtaining insurance that's independent from their employer. So in conclusion, we found that New York Chambers of Commerce have financial and structural conflicts of interest with insurance companies. They make money from selling insurance and are led by insurance company executives. Their opposition to the more equitable and dependable New York Health Act leaves New Yorkers vulnerable to losing healthcare during the coronavirus pandemic, and this puts all New Yorkers at risk for poor health. But thank you for listening.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, and now we'll be hearing from Andrea Lopez from the CUNY Graduate School of Public Health.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me and you can see the screen. My name is Andrea Lopez and my pronouns are she, her, ella, and I will be briefly presenting an abstract titled Exploring the Role of Community Health Workers in Facilitating Access to Mental Health Services. I am a recent Mahoney Fellow and I also recently graduated with an MPH from the CUNY Graduate School of Public Health and Health Policy. And this research was conducted in collaboration with the team at the Center for Innovation in Mental Health. So community health workers, or CHW programs and policies, have been proven to help build relationships in the community by informing people of available services and improving access to primary care. CHW programs have also found that CHW-delivered interventions can lead to mental health symptom reduction. Considering existing mental health disparities in New York City by race and borough, and additional mental health stressors related to the COVID-19 pandemic, the purpose of this abstract is to explore the role of CHWs as providers of mental health services and their impact addressing health disparities. A directory of 93 CBOs that provide mental health services in Harlem was compiled from lists obtained from Harlem community partners. Information about CBOs was abstracted from information available via the internet, including social media, CBO websites, and annual reports. And this information was then coded for general services and programs, provider type, and then mental health services. Of 93 CBOs that provide mental health services in Harlem, 31% include community workers, peer workers, or paraprofessionals as providers. An additional 7% include community leaders as service providers. Between both groups, 41% solely rely on CHWs for provision of mental health services. This means that out of the total pool of CBOs that provide mental health services, 16% rely on CHWs for the provision of mental health services. Among all the CBOs, the following services were the most common: general mental health services, outreach and community education, care coordination, referral to mental health, group therapy, individual therapy and counseling, and then mental health screening. Compared to the 93 CBOs that rely on CHWs for the provision of mental health services rely more on outreach and community education and also referral to other mental health services. So these findings suggest that CHWs play a significant role in providing mental health services in Harlem. While some CBOs include both highly qualified health workers and CHWs, a significant portion solely rely on CHWs to provide mental health services. Increasing funding for existing CHW programs, facilitating access to mental health trainings, formalizing the CHW field, and promoting a task-shifting approach should be prioritized. And then these are just the sources that were used for the abstract and presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, and next up is Derek Solid from Harvard Medical and Harvard Business School. Looks like we are missing Sana, so we'll just go ahead and move to Temple West. Temple is from Old Dominion University.
Okay, let me just share my screen here. All right, can you all see that and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon. I work in medical education and I'm a third-year PhD candidate in a rhetoric and cultural studies concentration at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. My name is Temple West, and my project is entitled Patient-Centered Care Revealed in the Treatment of Standardized Patients. Many of you may be familiar with standardized patients, but as a brief overview, simulation, both mannequin and human-based, is used extensively in medical education, of course. Standardized patients fill an unusual role in medical education, as they are neither real patients nor clinical teaching faculty, but they are highly trained to provide the patient's perspective, and their roles are kind of complex. The educational objective of working with standardized patients is to provide safe spaces to help students improve their skills in patient encounters and ultimately to improve patient care through simulation. This qualitative project is a study of how standardized patients perceive their treatment by faculty and students and how those perceptions fit into the values of institutional cultural awareness, cultural humility, and patient care. Focus groups were a first step to elicit the themes of structural inequities. The results were that although their specific experiences differed, the standardized patients were unified in their perspectives, and they shared multiple types of experiences. The coded data from standardized patient observations and interactions fall into basically three main categories, reflecting lack of respect for the professionalism and contributions of standardized patients to medical education, lack of psychological safety, and lack of physical safety. These categories can be directly related to the lack of cultural humility in the hierarchy of medical education at many institutions. The conclusions are that although most standardized patient simulations are respectful and positive, stories of lack of respect and devaluation of the work that standardized patients do often go untold. And whether those stories are minor or impactful, that they exist at all really is a tragedy, both for the individual standardized patients, for standardized patient simulation methodology, for institutions, for medicine, and ultimately for patient care. They point to how phenomena such as biases and microaggressions can become networks that shape individuals within an institutional culture. And perhaps by reflecting on their stories, simulation experiences might lead to more awareness of and sensitivity to a patient's perspective, and ultimately to enhanced patient outcomes and satisfaction. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Sophia Zweig from SUNY Downstate College of Medicine.
Hi, everyone. Just give me a second to set up here. Okay, so I'm presenting the abstract of my paper entitled Ensuring Rights While Protecting Health, the Importance of Using a Human Rights Approach in Implementing Public Health Responses to COVID-19. This was done in collaboration with colleagues at Johns Hopkins, and what we set out to do here was lay out a framework for analyzing and designing COVID public health policies through a human rights lens so that we can really center the needs of groups that are most vulnerable to human rights abuses. Just as a brief overview, while public health policies such as quarantine, isolation, school closures, etc., are extremely crucial for pandemic control, one overlooked aspect is the impact that they can have on human rights. As we know, the pandemic has exacerbated many pre-existing human rights and social justice crises around the world, but we haven't seen a lot of literature describing the impact of public health policies on human rights when used in certain contexts. So guided by principles in the Syracuse Principles and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, we laid out groups that would be most vulnerable to human rights abuses. We took our data from a database at Johns Hopkins that logged COVID public health policies, and we considered the policies in the first 6 months of the pandemic. Based on the vulnerable groups that we had outlined and the possible human rights impacts of these policies, we found that a majority of them posed threats to human rights or to vulnerable populations. And in conclusion, we laid out policy recommendations for an equitable COVID response. So I'll just briefly go over some of our findings. Here we laid out our vulnerable priority groups who might be at most risk of human rights impacts of policies. This is in the context of global health, but of course, this is not an exhaustive list. We can obviously think of many other groups who might be at most risk here in New York specifically, or in the US compared to overall, but we broke it down to human rights violations based on identity, targets of state violence, those at economic disadvantage, and those at disadvantage via their age or their health. So then we analyzed the interventions in our database that were implemented in the first 6 months of the pandemic. Here I've listed the 5 most prevalent interventions, which were school closures, quarantine, limited health. And then we analyzed which human rights they might be most likely to impact, and considered these most common interventions in the context of case studies. So for example, school closures have a severe impact on children's mental health, obviously educational gaps resulting from pre-existing educational inequities, as well as food insecurity and other detriments. For border closures, I think in the US, the most prevalent example of this is mistreatment in ICE detention facilities, which have been documented to have an extremely high rate of positive COVID tests. In terms of quarantine, people who are incarcerated, people with mental health issues, people facing domestic violence are at even higher risk of human rights abuses, and limitations on gatherings can easily be imposed upon certain social and political protests to meet a certain agenda or prevent certain groups from protesting. Lastly, household confinement we found violated human rights, especially for those who are facing unstable housing, very crowded housing, food insecurity, and issues like that. So we ended by making the following policy recommendations for more equitable COVID response. First steps include explicitly recognizing the need for a human rights lens to make these public health policies more supportive for those who are most vulnerable. We really call for the need for more data collection regarding equity and human rights in vulnerable populations. And most importantly, involving leaders from such priority groups as equal partners in policy decision-making. Overall, we think that this would lead to policy responses that are more feasible and protective for folks at most risk of human rights violations. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure presenting. I'd love to hear from any of you and stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Last but not least, we have Samuel Sabzanov, also from SUNY Downstate College of Medicine.
All right, thank you very much. I'm having some webcam trouble, so just you guys can just bear with my voice. That would be great. Okay, so we decided to focus on a group of Russian-speaking immigrants known as the Baharian Jews. So this is a group that I'm personally a part of. Both of my parents came from Central Asia, so this project was very, very near and dear to my heart. So we wanted to see how social media can best be used to outreach this predominantly immigrant, predominantly Russian-speaking population throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And we did so via gauging perceived effectiveness through some key social media pages that many people from our community frequent. So as a little bit of a background, previous groups have worked with Spanish-speaking populations to show that social media can be a very effective and a very powerful tool for reaching out to non-English as first language communities. So we wanted to do comparative studies in the Baharian Jewish community to see if we can find similar effectiveness of social media as an outreach tool to kind of help dissuade some of the language barriers that immigrant communities are facing, especially in New York City. All right, so like I said, we polled several predominant, really highly concentrated media platforms that many members of our community frequented. These are mostly through Instagram and Facebook. We got a total of 143 respondents from our community of about 5,000 to 10,000 people in Queens, relative to really small population of our community. We were pretty happy with our response rate. So on the right, I'm just showing you a small sample of the survey that we sent out. Basically wanted to specifically target Russian-speaking Bahraini Jews and really target people who didn't learn English as their first language and speak Russian very, very consistently, to again see how social media can be used to cross those language barriers that we were talking about. So out of the 143 respondents that we got, we discarded 50 because they didn't meet the criteria of responses that we were looking for in terms of what the background of the survey participant was. So of the 93 responses that we had left, we broke them up into 5 different categories. People that felt that they were targeted for COVID-19 related outreach events or COVID-19 related fundraisers on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a bi-weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and on a yearly basis. And I put the N values in the x-axis here. So this first graph just shows the differences in average participation. So this is a little bit more liable to manipulation by certain outliers, but overall we can see clear differences in people that were targeted daily and weekly in terms of their likeliness to participate versus people that were targeted a little bit less frequently on social media regarding these different outreach events and different fundraisers. But we can also see that in comparison to average participation, when we just count participation frequency, meaning did you participate versus did you not participate, whereas average participation rate included how many times did you participate. So just counting 0 versus non-zero factors, that weekly targeting on social media seemed to be significantly more effective in encouraging participation in these events. So 45% of the groups that responded that they were targeted weekly had participated in these events that they were targeted by. So we found that to be very interesting, how it seems like there's a little bit of a saturation effect in our community, whereas the daily outreach versus the weekly outreach seems to be a little bit more efficient in encouraging participation of COVID-19 related outreach events and fundraisers. All right, and like I said, so we did find that the daily and the weekly targeting rates were much more efficient to get people to participate in these events that were being advertised. And we talked a little bit about the saturation effect, where it's possible that weekly targeting versus daily targeting may actually be more efficient to encourage participation. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Yep, that was our final presentation. Really excellent content, everybody. Great job, and thanks for joining us today to present. With that, I will turn the mic back over to Shane and Danielle.
Yes, thank you to all our presenters for sharing your work. So as there may not be specific questions regarding your work due to the phenomenal job you did in explaining your studies, we have one overarching question. And feel free to address this by unmuting yourselves or putting it in the chat. So the question we have regards the implications of your results, as this is probably part of the reason why you decided this was the topic of your project. Our question is, how does the future of healthcare change with what you have found? And again, feel free to put it in the chat or unmute yourselves. We would love to hear from you. And I'll put this question in the chat as well.
I'm happy to take on the question based on my research. I think particularly after looking at community-based organizations and how they provide mental health services in Harlem and in New York City, I think we need to start seriously considering a tax shifting approach to how mental health services are provided. Like we all know, the mental health services providers are overly burdened. There's like long wait times. So we really need, I think this would be a great way to kind of tackle that and to empower community leaders and community health workers to kind of have these tools to be able to like screen for mental health services, guide group therapies, or provide culturally sensitive trainings because they're part of these communities. So they would have that kind of mindset to be able to provide the services. Train them in meditation, or, you know, like just give them like all these tools that could really kind of help relieve the system right now. So I think that would be something to keep in mind as we move forward.
Certainly. Thank you for that. I see, Derek, you had put in, we need to empower those whose voices have been historically marginalized. A one-size-fits-all in health policy does not work. It is important to help those who have historically had lower voices. Thank you for that implications as well.
Going off of what Derek said, I believe one of the takeaways of my work that is most important is giving a seat at the table to people who have historically not been heard, and currently as well, because a lot of the policies that responded to COVID were really designed with middle class, upper class people in mind that had the resources to weather this challenge and emergency. And you know, by making people who are facing stigma, human rights violations, et cetera, like a central part of the response, we can really create a more equitable policy change in the future.
Yeah, thank you. You definitely touched upon like the kind of greater systems level work that can be done. And I would definitely love to hear a bit more about those who did more individual level work. What are your implications?
Yep, so I did post something in the chat. I guess I can just also summarize it orally. So I worked with a very, very small target population, and I feel like I was able to at least begin a series of collaborations that we're going to have with different community organizations to see how we can best target groups that have been marginalized by language barriers. There have been so many different structural marginalizations that we've seen throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, but I feel like one that hasn't been necessarily focused on as much are immigrant-speaking populations that don't have access to resources that are most effective for them to read in their own native languages. So we're presenting the use of social media as a particularly efficient tool to be able to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really great. Touching upon social media has come up as a topic throughout the conference, and it's something that you individually worked on. So it's definitely something that we'll see a lot moving forward as well.
I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Samuel just said. I agree with you that language barriers are just often under-examined, I think, in medicine. And interestingly, language is not one of the components of cultural competency that is often promoted. So, you know, which kind of piggybacks maybe into my work with standardized patients. If standardized patients are the first patients that medical students are introduced to, hopefully how they treat standardized patients ultimately relates to how they treat real patients. And so I guess I'm hoping that my work will lead to self-awareness, perhaps more self-reflection by medical students, and ultimately change maybe how they perceive communities who, you know, don't speak the language, or communities who have other barriers to healthcare.
Thank you for that. Definitely kind of considering, okay, where's that responsibility level and how can we make a difference whenever we're working with our patients? Thank you. And we do have another thing in the chat from Cristina. The future of healthcare should change regarding the approach providers have towards patients with illnesses that are not readily apparent or obvious. Providers need to believe patients' narratives when treatments are not working, particularly with female patients who have been historically not believed without physical evidence. Certainly very important, really meeting our patients where they're at and believing and understanding what are their circumstances and how is that influencing whatever they're presenting with. So thank you for sharing that, Cristina, as well. I just want to see if we have any other final comments before we officially transition to the end of our conference. Anyone else want to share their final implications? Okie dokes. So, oh yeah.
I was just going to say thank you so much, everyone, for attending and speaking today. It was a wonderful conference, and I hope we all gained something valuable from our participation today. I'm looking forward to next year and seeing more student voices as well as professional speakers who joined us today to speak more on like what we can do in the future as we shape healthcare. Yeah. And I guess with that, have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, everyone. Please look out for emails from us with information regarding this conference and any upcoming events we're doing.